Good time zone. And a happy birthday to all of those around the world. Thought there was another stream. You know, YouTube, it's possible. It's happened before, actually. Thankfully, not this time. We're back with the ending for the Masses Travels, which we have reached the point of the masses traveling to Laterano. All of the fallen Sancta traveling to Laterano to figure out what the heck is going on. Got few levels. I prepared for some upgrading. But not as much as I would have liked, because a certain someone requires that new resource. I don't have enough of it. Quabam.
Doctor, come over here for a bit. Let's see.
A certain someone named Exia
The crops cultivated in Jiangxi this
requires
year are indeed taller than a man.
that new stuff, whatever it's called. Refasic Inintomer. And I don't have enough. I've been farming it. I have been farming it since it came out. At least when I remember. Sometimes I wasn't doing it every day, but I have been farming it, and it's just not dropping enough, apparently. I could maybe buy it, if I can, maybe. I don't know. Not too often I buy cereals, but is chiral refractor? I think that becomes it. I guess I could do that. Why did it say Philia was new? That was weird. But I am prepared for Lemuin. So we'll do her first.
Ah, you laughed. Giving trust and receiving it are one and the same. Both acts that put people at ease, no? Then, would you like to receive this medal from the 7th Tribunal for outstanding cooperation? To put me at ease. You can have 2 if you'd like.
Wow.
You could even pin them on your eye mask. 1 for each eye.
Wow. Don't know about that. So we get stops attacking, consumes a bullet every 0.5 seconds to lock on to enemies, bombarding their position for a lot of explosion damage. And she has increased attack and ammo with that. And I've heard her module's pretty good for her as well. So I probably will get that. When I can. Not right now, though. I did unlock Thorn's module. We gotta officially acquire Thorn's and Inessa's modules when I have time to read it. Maybe at the end of the stream or something.
Right there. You edited out one of the gorier scenes, didn't you?
Wonder how strong it is. I've heard from what I read, not that great, I guess. But not much worse than his other one, I guess. But I don't know, it's cool. No elemental damage is cool, so whatever. It's not like I was using the other one anyway. I did get Arketo's integrated strategies module. Not that matters for outside of that, but I did do that. I read Muinar's module was really good. Really, really good. So all you Muinar fans out there, get to it.
Wow!
See what if I can't, if I buy this stuff, would I make?
A couple hundred times better.
Yeah, it does require that thing. 2 of them. How many do I need? I have 5.
Doctor, come over here for a bit. Let's see. The crops cultivated in Jiangxi this year are indeed
I need
taller
3
than a
more.
man.
So I need 6. Actually, I only have to buy 1. That's pretty useful, actually. I'll do that. I never buy anything, so I'll buy 1.
tell how important this thing is to you. So I swear on this gun in my hand, it'll reach its destination safely.
And her module's also good, so gotta do that as well. Now we have the revive ability if we wanted to try that. I wonder if that's, do people consider that her main ability? Plus 28% attack, attacks hit 5 times for 135% per hit. If delivery coordinates are on the field, deals a single instance of splash damage equal to 250% at its location. With the longest redeployment time, reviving that person, 50 ammo. And she also has her operators with ammo have plus 9% attack. Effect is doubled for Laterano. And she has that random chance to deal damage. We've already been seen. It feels weird for the like revive one to be the main one because it doesn't feel like it does a lot else otherwise. But maybe it does more than I think.
Relax, leader. I'm going to one-up my lame old performances in these battle records.
Max level. That's not how it works here. That's never how it works. All right. Player MT8. This one's MT7. I'll have to do that after. But MT8 and deploy a guard operator. Oh, I could have gotten one for free. Pyro Refractor. Also, Idia, or Idida rather. Who the heck is she? She's not shown up at all. Oops. We are on level 8. This is the end of the story. I don't know. Who is that random girl? Are they going to introduce another character at the end of this story? Or are they going to pull a fast one on us and be like, she was there the whole time? She was the matriarch the whole time. Pilgrimage. Oh wait, what happened last time? Right. Well, the nativity happened and it turned out it was not a human child, but a arbor beast that through the thoughts and prayers of all attendants was given a halo and brought back to life after being stillborn. This triggered some sort of event within Laterano, where in the real world, other animal creatures with halos are being spawned from portals, and they are considered by law to be sancta. Those who shoot them do fall. Federico and Arteria awaken from the dream. And go looking for the Pope, only to find his office having been left abandoned for 2 weeks, I think they said. They then get a message, they intercept a message from Arula, who's come to Laterano with all the like other sancta and followers of the faith. See what's going on, that since everyone has fallen. Federico goes to tell them not to enter the city because of what's happening, and at first they're like, how dare you, government goon, tell us what to do? He's like, no, you don't understand. Crazy stuff's happening. But don't worry, Arteria brought her cello. Meanwhile, Exia was captured by the authorities, but then the confessional booth saves her. But it turns out the confessional booth was actually the doctor the whole time. And inside the dream, the doctor is a confessional booth for some reason. But outside the dream, the doctor is still the doctor and has come to Laterano with Monster. Because they realized something was going down the whole time. From the other Sancta operators and stuff. And I think at one point the confessional said Exia was like standing around and the confessional saw her and made contact. So I think the doctor and the monster showed up separately from Exia. Exia was just going there anyway, and then they ran into each other. They get rescued. The doctor and monster are running around in reality and in the dream. And more and more people, though, are beginning to wake up. Lemuin is realizing stuff's going on. She was actually fired from cardinal position, and then her assistant Amos is promoted to cardinal, but after he's promoted to cardinal, he goes and approves himself to become a legatus just for funsies, and the file deletes itself from existence, and that's what wakes him up. And then he has gone to Lemuin and is like, hey, yeah, something's weird happening. Meanwhile, all the people in Laterano have been brought to the Shrine of Nurtury, separated by race, and are all now forcibly being converted into Sancta, starting with the Liberi. Even if you don't want to be, too bad. But it's not racist, guys. Don't get it twisted. And that's pretty much it. There was this little scene with Vanini, who realizes that she actually isn't supposed to be able to speak. Really, she has a like speech impediment, a severe speech impediment. But inside the dream, she can, just like Lemuin is actually walking around the whole time, right? I think those are little neat little like character moments. So, pilgrimage. The first saint returns to the holy city, and the term Sancta is redefined.
No need for introductions. I'm already familiar with everyone here.
Relax, leader. I'll make sure your package gets there intact. That's not what you're worried about? Oh, I get it now. Whatever you want to blow up, I'll wipe it off the face of this land.
Over here, Doctor. Ah, gosh, look at that form. That's peak performance right there. Squeeze in a bit so this dessert cart's in front. Oh wow, that dessert cart's cute. Finally a chance to catch my breath. Thanks for going through all of that. Oh, well there you go. There she is, yeah, okay. You must be here for the ceremony, Senora. Would you like to try my ice cream? Before Monster can even refuse, the little girl gleefully shoves a cup of ice cream into her hands. I guess she's not secretly the matriarch, unless she is. But probably not. It's not a flavor you can get anywhere else in Laterano. I can take her out. Nobody would notice. As Monster gives you this paranoid suggestion, calm down, Monster. She plops a spoonful of ice cream into her mouth without thinking about it. Wow, that's really good. Could you tell us your name, kid? It's got my answer for me, Confessor. Da-da-dee-dee-da. I'm called Idia. Or Idida. I don't know, I keep saying Idia. I keep switching the vowel. Idida. You named yourself after the Zerkart's music. Don't be silly. I customized it to sound like my name. You aren't scared of this lady, Adida? Wow, I've never heard a confessional speak like that before. It's the latest model. Sighs. Were you helping cover us just now, Adida? Yep, because all of Laterano needs to change. That's what you think too, right? Well, was I just imagining things? You're the first person to say my sugar-free, carbonated, water-flavored ice cream was tasty, Senora. Ah. He's anti-sugar, huh? That explains why it's so refreshing. Mama and Tata were right, this is a rocky road I walk. But I finally found a little bit of success. Mind explaining a bit more? Desserts connect every Lateran, but if you eat too much sugar, not only are you gonna get bad teeth, even your halo will start to get cavities. Is that how that works? Tata's a dentist. Every time he says that, people think he's just trying to get more business for his client. Or clinic. But right now, my halo kind of feels like a rotten tooth I just lost. It's making me feel not so good. I believe it's the Lord giving me a revelation. So I'm gonna practice what I preach. I'll change Laterano's eating habits and rebuild our connections with the power of sugar-free ice cream. You know, there's someone you should talk to. Her name's Hibiscus. That's a grand dream you've got there, Adida. Would you mind if we take a walk together? I'd like to hear more about this connection between halos and tooth decay. Okay. We should be able to avoid the guys chasing us with this kid around. You need to get in touch with Exia ASAP, Doctor. I'm trying. Hey there, leader. Sounds like you're able to loosen that comms control thingy, since we're having a long-distance call and all. It's not entirely a good thing, Exia. This means everything in the dream is collapsing faster. Yeah, I figured as much. These guys have nearly all the non-sancta holed up in the Shrine of Nurtree. They want to put on an even bigger nativity. So many words I can't pronounce for some reason. First time around, an RRB's got a halo. This time, they want to give everyone halos. I don't know how they're gonna do it. This kind of change is a bit too quick and crazy. The way you explained it, leader. Whatever happens in this dream will eventually become reality. What you said is what I saw, Exia. But some people are starting to awaken. Man, this is way too complicated for me. Just tell me, what's the worst thing that might happen? Laterano might stop existing entirely? Oh my goodness. Phew, yeah, that's a really big deal. Well, no matter the situation, I can still find the jerk behind all of this and free everyone from fake Laterano, right? We're limited to keeping you clear-headed and free to move around. The restrictions Monster and I are under haven't been lifted yet. Monster and I are still looking into other leads. Got it. Leave Laterano's trouble to a Lateran like me. Oops, gotta keep my voice down. The Grand Nativity is about to start. It wasn't easy to find a chance to sneak in, heh. Monster and I will keep eyes off you. Say, how did the two of us meet again? One of Sora's releases, Texas's birthday party. That time Penguin Logistics crashed into the Lungman office while cracking down on the Bloodhammer gang. Or was it that time I was planning on stealing a few sick old racing beasts when I ran into you on your way to buy their freedom? I don't think it was any of those, but we definitely met in Lungmen at least. Must have been, what, 5 years ago? Well, here's to yet another beautiful partnership, leader. Likewise, stay safe. I guess we don't, like, they show up in the story pretty much right off the bat after we go into Lungmen, and they help us fight Reunion a little bit. But I always figured we just hired them at that point. I mean, we hired them, but I figured that's like when we met them as well, but maybe it wasn't.
Everyone is in position, Reverend Patrician. Next, we will coordinate with the Shrine Patrol to clear the surrounding streets, lock down the intersections, and ensure nobody's wandering about. Gracias. Every gun night gathered together, our ammunition allocations and fire restrictions fully lifted. There's never been so big an event in the history of our order, has there? The nativity is of great significance to Laterano. The black snow on the ice of Sami, the hole in the sky above Laitanya, even the raging tides that dash against the coast. All are in alignment with the true calamity that has been prophesied. Imagine how terrifying such a disaster would be.
Has the North stuff happened? I think they keep mentioning it, so maybe it's just more common knowledge than it seemed at first, but I don't think it's supposed to have happened yet. Don't know the timeline for that stuff. They need to tell us.
When that time comes, 200-odd gun knights taking the field would be like a child throwing stones into the sea. A fear our holy city, which has stood tall for millennia, will fade away. The Pontifical Cohort and the Notarial Hall are still pursuing Lemuel and her co-conspirators. There is something else you must know. The Nurturer, who was guiding Mastema and Fiammetta, was just attacked. Would you like to go and check the scene, Reverend? No. My post is here.
The time has come. All our Liberi brethren, please go to the Hall of Enlightenment. There's thousands of them. Can't they just beat up a few guards? Come on, guys. Where's your mob mentality? I guess not all. I guess most of them are probably okay with what's happening. The time has come. Over here, please. Once the others' races has been bestowed their halos, the matriarch shall mend the broken halos and wings of the fallen angels, so that we may all regain empathy with our people. It has begun, matriarch. I thank you all, for you have forsaken nearly all rest since the establishment of this shrine. There have been many mishaps since the last nativity. We must advance our plans. The shrine's mission must be seen to completion as quickly as possible. To this day, we have walked the same path, matriarch. This is something we realized long ago. Oh, yes, there was one other thing on my mind. Today's ceremony is all about bestowing halos on the non-sancta rather than a birth. So why are we still using the name Nativity? Is that the most important question? Is there a better term for it? The Nurturer leads the peoples of various races into the Hall of Enlightenment. converging towards its center. The grand procession is like a herd of migratory beasts, yet none speak a word. There is only the rhythmic tinkling of countless comfort bells. As if in response, the matriarch lifts her head toward the crowd. Henceforth, all who are sheltered by the holy city shall share one destiny entwined into a singular whole. Can this be called anything but the rebirth of Laterano? The crack of shattering glass cuts through the calming chimes of the comfort bells. A bullet from a sniper rifle, its source unknown, but it flies straight for the matriarch's sightless eyes. Oh snap. Blinding sunlight seeps in. Damn, Lemuel. That strange couple at the door. Looks like they're decided where to go for dinner using a roulette wheel. Interesting idea, isn't it? So they're the ones who wish to adopt you? But why won't they come in and tell me themselves? Oh, I get it. They don't want to put too much pressure on me. Now, why would you think that? Because they're pretending to fiddle with their guns while actually looking our way. Ha! Nothing ever gets past you, does it? I guess I reached out to them before they came here. Your parents were in that caravan raid, and the Notorial Hall has been trying to arrange things with a few families for the better part of a year now, but nobody's bitten yet. You're the strongest child I've ever met in, but you've still got a long way to go, and we can't let a kid live all by herself. I know, Senora. I'm not annoyed or anything. It's just I'm going to accept the kindness of others. I'm going to have to get be a good kid myself. It's really, really important. Well, the long and short of it is, they wanted me to tell you that they really like you. I also think they're really... Can I have a week? No, 3 days. I'll think things over. Once I make a decision, I won't go back on it. Was Lemuel adopted? She's not actually related to Exia? Huh. Wonder why they decided to do that. Story-wise. Is this the one that feels right for you? Mm-hmm. Wow, a sniper rifle. If it was me, I would never choose that one. Now, when it's my turn in a few years, I'll pick lots and lots and lots of guns. Sounds good. Well, I have to remind you that this fellow's been sitting here for years now, never been picked. Best to think it over. It's really quiet. No, what I meant was, this sort of gun's different from the others. Truth be told, it's not very suited to you lively songsters. When you're on the battlefield, you won't get many chances to fire it. You have to make every shot count. Whether you're trying to protect something or destroy it, you'll need to have sharper eyes, a sharper mind, and take on more risks and costs. Because you can pull the trigger or let it go, but you can't afford to hesitate. Today is Lemuel's birthday. Today she chose her patron firearm, giving even more meaning to this already extremely important day to the Sancta. The gunsmith speaks with all seriousness. Her mother and father behind her, and all her friends are silent. Even the ever-vivacious Lemuel keeps her mouth closed like a good girl for once. But their names are so similar. How... Wait. Is that purely coincidence? Despite the silence, Lemuin knows they are all looking right at her. This is the one, Master Pog, rather. Please guide me through selecting the other parts. Nice. You don't need to worry about not having the chance to fire, Master Pog. You could smack people real hard with a gun this big, and my sister is super strong. Through the spiritual light, even the darkest stain can be cleansed. With a pious heart, even a savage monster can wade out the mud. Put that down, Captain. I've got you in my sights. You're unstable, I can sense it. Calm down. That thing's affecting your mind. It's evoking your disappointment in Laterano. I know you submitted your resignation before we left, but even if you're determined to return to the wilderness right now, you're still one of us. Think about the fried cheese we ate before we left, okay? Think about that foul beast hat Fiametta got you, the soft and downy one. My disappointment in Laterano? No, far from it. He showed me how Laterano can save everyone. None of us know if what you're seeing is the truth of reality, or illusions and lies. Masamune will be here soon. She has a way to get that thing off you. We can start looking into its secrets afterwards, alright? There is no afterwards. It's fading away. We must hold on to it. You know it's no illusion, Lemuin. It's certainly not lies. You saw those people locked in stasis outside of time, down in the underground palace. Those who do not die yet do not live. Oh snap. They saw a preservation room. You heard what that mad sarcast said into his shadow. The future shall have no secrets. You should understand. What we found is the key to time itself. What I saw was a revelation, a future where even the most savage of monsters can be saved. Your arts are running haywire, Anduin. That thing's eating away at you. If that future exists, I must find the path that leads to it. I won't let go. I need something to know more. Anduin keeps his grasp on the oddly shaped staff. Light condenses into solid form and engulfs the entire cave. I have a lot of chances to pull the trigger, Lemuin thinks. But amidst the chaotic, roiling waves of emotion, Lemuin finally finds a thread of rationality running through Anduin's mind. They have broken bread with one another. They have built bonds with one another. They understood one another, entrusted their lives to one another. Their empathic link was stronger than any other. In that final moment, Lemuin confirms her friend has not been swept away into that unfathomable chaos. He loosens her finger on the trigger. Damn it! Look out, Lemuin! Kef, matriarch of the Shrine of Nurtury. It. The rooftop wind whips wildly at the sniper's cheek. She does not blink. Her hand doesn't move in the slightest. She hears, she sees, she thinks, she judges. She doesn't have many chances to fire. She has to make every shot count. She can pull the trigger or let it go, but she can't afford to hesitate. Before that crucial moment, she and her gun do not speak. Lemuin the Silent. She looks through her scope once more, double-checking that she sees in her sights. It is proof she pulled the trigger. But she didn't fall. Which means the matriarch is not recognized as a Sancta. Compared to the ones in this vast land, the statues often seen in Laterano are the more incomprehensible, Cardinal. Paradise has shaped our faith so peculiar that it has become somewhat distorted. The souls of the living praying for survival as they traverse catastrophe and suffering, such is the most basic face of faith. No, there's never a dull statue in Laterano. My life is faith shaped. Gun-wielding saints towering over the streets do not represent disdain or calamity or suffering. We have simply chosen to take up a different mindset when confronting them. Through her scope, from afar in the distance, Lemuin can finally see that all the statues in the shrine, their heads bowed and their hands clasped, are facing only the pious matriarch as they pray. Kef. If she really is a horrible monster, then it's unlikely a bullet will do any real damage. But at the very least, it'll let the people in the shrine see what's so unnatural about her, and create an opportunity for you, Elle. The rest I leave to you. Senor Amos.
Senor Lemuin, my location has been compromised.
I'll come back you up right away.
No need. The shrine patrol is already here, and the gun knights too. There's a lot of them. I'll hold down the street corner. Get yourself out of the building before they surround the place.
What about you?
It's too late for me. They've started firing. Looks like our deduction was right. This cannot be a place for just birthing babies. Anyway, did you take care of the target?
Yes, got her in one.
That's good, huh? At least this way. I managed to save a few people. Stop a few things that needed to be stopped. Can't be useless forever now, can I? Well then, Pale. Go do what you need to do, Senora Lemuin. Actually, I've got a question I want to ask you. Funny, it's only once you can't hear that I finally dare to ask it.
A glitch in a comms terminal must be keeping the line open, and so the man goes on a length, chattering into the microphone. Lemuin hesitates for a moment, then chooses to be silent.
Was I really that useless? I never thought about it before, even though it took nearly all I had just to become a small-time investigator for the 7th Tribunal. I never got a promotion during my decades or so there. Seems us Lauderans never doubt ourselves on that front. It's like we naturally have 100 million ways to keep ourselves happy and satisfied. I know someone who made sticks for lollipops. He takes several types of paper tape and twists them together in rainbow-colored sticks. Made nearly no money out of it. Did it simply because he knew children loved them. Ever since I found out Aurela had been banished from Laterano, there was no thing I could do about it. I haven't been able to feel even a microsecond of satisfaction with myself. You're completely useless, Amos. That's all I could think. Like how you can never forget the taste of the very first terrible dessert you ever ate. Thought that maybe, after a few more years, I could use my seniority to muddle my way to the Leghetti. Go on a trip to Bolivar. couldn't save her in the name of Laterano. Not even if I can forgive her for what she did. Just want to see her again and apologize for that argument we had. So many years of waiting. Finally got my chance, but it was all just a dream. Dream's fine too. It's all a dream. You don't have to worry about anything. Maybe getting shot here doesn't mean anything in reality. When I was younger, got 5th place at the 7th Tribunal New Joiner shooting competition, you know. I even met Aurella that day at the range. Shame we weren't able to save each other. I'd say, at the very least, you're a great investigator, Amos. Oh, you are still on the line, Lemoine. It's time to wake up.
Is the funeral complete, Anduin?
It is.
The Hall of Enlightenment is this way. You seem to be going the wrong way.
Am I?
The nativity has begun and the matriarch is waiting for you. Where are you planning to go right now? Your emotions are rather unstable.
No, I've never felt more clear-headed. Not going the wrong way either.
I ask that you accompany me to see the matriarch, Anduin. Looks like we arrived on time.
Mastema, Fiametta, you. What, am I supposed to be like the other Liberi, pushed into the back of the herd by the guards no matter how I protest? Or should I be really looking forward to seeing if my halo gets to be a square or a circle?
Speaking of, I'm curious how they're going to mend the fallen angels' halos.
Mastema.
Sorry, got sidetracked. You owe us an explanation, Anduin. Gathering up all the non-Sancta, forcing changes on their bodies? I thought this was sort of stuff only happened in those shady Colombian tech companies full of mad scientists.
Is this what you meant when you said it was about the future, about a possibility for Laterano? Is this what the matriarch promised you? I have strayed from my path. That I cannot deny. Laterano wove a beautiful dream for all of us. I was trapped too deep and took too long to awaken. Still talking nonsense even now. The other guards will be here soon. Damn it. You think we can get close to the matriarch if we use him as a hostage, Mastema?
Maybe. She does trust him a lot. I'd be a little worried if we left it all up to Elle.
I can sense a multitude of emotions. Growing by the second, the number of people with empathy in this shrine is increasing. The nativity has begun. No use. Even if you subdue the matriarch right now, we must go do what we still can. I'll think of what to do about this ceremony that should not exist. Likely to lead the great chaos. It should buy you time to evacuate our people.
What's your plan?
Why do you think we'll trust you, Anduin? Seriously, a babbling lunatic who already betrayed his friend once, saving everyone? You don't need to trust me. Pity will not save the people. I don't have that kind of power. All someone who has walked the wrong path of obsession can do is to save himself.
Wait, Anduin, take this.
A bomb?
Elle gave it to us to draw the guard's attention. But if you really are going to stop this ceremony that shouldn't exist, well, like you said, you'll need it more than us. Anduin walks past the pair, heading straight for the depths of the shrine. His steps are slow, but Fiametta makes no move to stop him. You okay with letting him go? He's reliable when he sticks to a handful of words instead of a full-on parable. True. Situation's too damned weird. Not like we have any better options at the moment. There's a whole lot of people coming this way, probably chasing Anduin. Help buy him some breathing room. I'll get even with him after this is all over. The shrine's very first nursery. Once with a heart full of hope, it was here he tended to an unfortunate mother day after day. Now the child she left behind has clambered up onto a comfort bell, sparkling droplets of water on his freshly washed wings refracting the lamplight, just like a dream. The arbor beast does not mind his caretaker's prior outburst. He calls out happily, as always, inviting Anduin to play with him. Insignificant trifles and grandiose feats are but a hair's breadth from one another. You have labored for many years over this grueling journey of yours. You should not let such a meaningless difference stay your steps. I'll need you to lift your spirits, for aside from caring for this mother and child, there are more deeds that must be done. An insignificant nurturer, a heaven-piercing shrine. The former could grit his teeth, harden his heart, and refuse the young beast's invitation, but this minor act of rebellion would do nothing to shake the foundations of the latter. Should be doing more. I must do more. How do I shake the pillars of this shrine? How do I erase a miracle that was already occurred? The Shrine of Nurtury, this towering edifice, was not built in a day. It began as a simple, ordinary nursery. Our nursery. Did we start with the blueprints of such an imposing shrine? No, we merely wished for a safe, comfortable room for that mother. And yet, its frenzied evolution led to what it is now. That is how a future where all are saved can sprout from our faith. This was the very first nursery of the Shrine of Nurtury. This was the starting point of this grandiose building. This is where you and I placed our faith. And so, Kef, I'll tear my faith apart. Anduin examines the bomb Masuma gave him closely. It has been imaginatively cobbled together from all sorts of daily necessities. Its face decorated with a bright splash of graffiti. He cannot remember what the girl who made this looked like. They might have met once or twice. They might have never met at all. He can only remember Lemuel recounting her deeds countless times over. And I was never alone as I sought a way through this trail of thorns, was I? Without the slightest hesitation, he lights the fuse. Fearful chirp. I understand that you are no longer sad and suffering, my child, but do you not sense danger, even as this room is about to explode? Or are you simply uninterested in this as well? Does Laterano no longer need us to feel fear? Puzzled chirp. The arbor beast flies down to the ground, rubbing against Anduin's trousers in confusion. We cannot feel fondness, fear, or torment for all that life has to offer. How can we speak of revering it? And I should have asked you this, my child. But it was I who brought you here. You could even say you were born to answer my vision. This is our penance, a lesson for the both of us. Anduin bends over and cradles the arbor beast in his arms. That gunshot. I'm so very glad to hear the sound of your gun this time around, Lemuel. Sparks bloom wildly across the nursery. A giant comfort bell clatters as it falls, its sonorous notes adding to the clamor. The explosion engulfs the room, devouring the graceful balance of light and shadow. Was this realm a dream or an obsession? Once you had a flock of brothers and sisters following behind you. They were rejected, harmed, insulted, desecrated. They named you guide, and you walked the long path with you. Yet here in this Laterano, which you believed equal and selfless, you forgot them. And so I ask, how should this community you long for be shaped? How should this holy city you yearn for be rebuilt? What path is it you walk, Anduin? To what answers does it lead? If this is a dream, then I shall wake. If this is obsession, then I shall shatter it. Let us only speak of redemption after that. The flames swallow the entire nursery. The arbor beast flaps his wings furiously. There is no fear in his eyes, as though he is simply dancing. Yet Anduin still covers his eyes out of habit. In his final moment, Anduin hears a bell clear as day. Are you alright, matriarch? The ceremony has been interrupted. The entire shrine is shaking, and that explosion just now.
Is an evacuation underway?
Yes, there is a Liberi wearing a Pontifica cohort's uniform and a fallen angel leading our people to safety. Only half of the non-Sancta have successfully acquired halos. I will ask the patrol to have them reconvene right away. Like the cracking of bamboo, the explosion reverberates out from the depths of the shrine. The peal of a bell and from parts unknown drowns out the chimes of the comfort bells. Chaos reigns as countless people flock to the exit. The towering edifice sways as the blast wave finally reaches the Hall of Enlightenment.
Let them leave. Forcing them to stay will only harm them irreparably.
The shrine is collapsing, matriarch.
No, what is collapsing is not only the shrine, but also the answers we sought with it. Gather the other nurturers, everyone must leave at once.
I will have the guards escort you out.
The matriarch steps down from the dais.
The wind, amidst the chaos. She hears the sound of the wind clearly from above her head, where there should only be praying statues in spotless stained glass. Hey, 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 over here! You're not getting away that easily. Oh, snap. The matriarch lifts her head. She cannot see who is approaching her, but her voice has an infectious quality to it. Almost instinctively, she stretches out her arm. I've been hanging onto this window for 2 hours already. If you don't get off that stage, my arms are gonna fall off. Exia holds on tight to the matriarch. The world spins and the two of them tumble to the floor. What they fall onto is not solid ground, but rather some odd softness. It is like falling into fog, yet also like falling into water. Exia senses a great force pushing her outwards, one that is definitely not just the explosion. Could this frail-looking woman really be that strong? She forces herself to open her eyes. She is not sure when it happened, but the arm she is holding has become the jagged limb of a beast. The matriarch's gentle face has disappeared under the water. They look at one another across the boundary between truth and lies. On one side of the line, the bell atop the Tower of Revelation rings as clear as can be. I did figure you weren't as pretty as you looked early on. My imagination was never prepared for this. Not even Ancient Forge had anything as crazy looking as you. Shout out to Ancient Forge. What a callback. Well, at least I don't have to worry about ripping your arm off. My friend had to bust their butts to give me this chance. So get out of there already. You have no right to hide away in a dream. You have no right to hide in our Laterano. I am so curious what she is. Like, Is it a Farron mud? Is it a predecessor construct or something? Is it
This is no time for excuses.
the matriarch? We're fighting the matriarch already. Attack 3 enemies simultaneously. Enemies with range gain a barrier proportional to their max HP every second. So the matriarch's the mini boss? Beat the matriarch to get the medal. Well, yeah. Right? Yeah, of course. Beat the matriarch to get the medal, obviously. Just out of range there.
Do not fear. I'm just bringing you to your predetermined end.
Found our prey.
What? You've got time.
Draw. Aim. Loose.
The stage ends
Your
if
orders.
she's out.
Feel the bowstring tremble.
Boring. Sorry, forgot to hold that back.
Son tutore, why the rush? The road to the afterlife is crowded enough.
Boring. There's no fluking between success and failure. Switching forms. Sights locked. There's no fluking between success and failure.
I'm in position. Target crippled.
Bomb them.
Your orders, Goth. Gather at my fingertips. My bow has reached.
Pretty good.
I don't like damage unless it's necessary.
Having two nukers right in the middle is working out pretty well for us.
Sights locked. There's no fluking between success and failure.
What arrow should my bow have 3 choices, and the enemy 3.
Sorry, forgot to hold that back.
What arrow should feel the bowstring tremble?
Who would bear the news of your death? Ever crossed your mind?
Sights locked. There's no fluking between success and failure.
Why do they keep giving me tutorials for things I've already fought?
What arrow should I cross? Gather at my fingertips.
There's no fluking between success and failure.
What arrow should I draw? Aim. Loose.
Boring. I don't like damage unless it's necessary.
Bad luck. You ran into me.
Son tutore, flowers in the
Gather at my fingertips.
Need speed to succeed.
Roar. Target crippled.
Sorry, forgot to hold that back.
Your orders, my bow has 3 choices, and the enemy 3 hardships. What arrow should I draw? Aim. Loose. Your orders, Goth. Gather at my fingertips. Sight's lost. Sorry, forgot to hold that.
Why the rush? The road to the afterlife is crowded enough.
That guy's sleeping. I can't. If I put anyone here, they'll go to sleep. I can't really do anything. Wait, I can do this.
I shall ensure the integrity of the law.
Oh, now he's moving anyway.
Sight's lost. There's no fluking between success and failure.
A bell tolls. Its unending peals echo across the entire city. It rings clear and steady, guiding stray souls towards it. Legend has it that after their long and arduous journey, the saints built the tower and used the ringing bells to ward off the devils. Then there rose the Lateran city, its walls of purest white standing fast against the elements, while the bells ring. Tower fell silent for millennia. Now it cries out once more, a scant 2 years since it last did so in response to a mixed blood Sancta girl's song. Senor Nurturer! Are you alright? Are you hurt? Don't move, it was hard enough getting you bandaged up. Atia. That was her name. You were pretty much half dead by the time we got to the Shrine of Nursery. We had only time to get you and these kids searching for you out of there. Don't cry, Giselle, Mamiya. It's all just a nightmare. We're finally awake. A nightmare? Wounds and nightmares don't follow you in real life. Where are the other brothers and sisters? Kept keeping watch nearby. Guess you finally got your memories back. What, want to hear them call you guide again? Sorry, Patia. It's clear you were just trying to wake a man who had lost his way again. Why did you abandon the Pathfinders, Anduin? We rested in the wilds for a bit after leaving Sancta Calaminium Ambrosi. According to our original plan, we would have passed the Iberian border soon after, back to the land you came from. We even made contact with the Inquisition, but then you disappeared all of a sudden. That was when the dream began for me. What do you mean? It was just an idea, one without any evidence behind it. It told me to turn away, to cast aside all my plans and return to Lauderano. So you're saying you never actually met that blind lady, and you didn't go back to Lauderano with her for that baby's sake? You were enticed by something? New guy. This is starting to sound like something a crackpot charlatan would say. I know this is hard to understand, but I don't fully get it. I'll say, there's way too much hard to understand stuff at play here. You and that shrine, you want to plop halos on everyone's heads and turn us all into freaks. Can't even decide what emotions to feel. Whatever. You managed to wake up in the end. If you hadn't made such a ruckus by blowing up the nativity, all of Adarana would probably still be dreaming. With the boundary between the two sides blurred, his deeds in the dream should be taken into full account during adjudication. Executor Frederico, the Notarial Hall. I have read your file, Anduin Agathalengelos. Is that your surname, Anduin? After the chaos you caused during the first Summit of Nations, the Curia banished you from Laterano. Now you have returned in secret, and were involved in plotting the so-called Nativity Ceremony. You are partially responsible for the current turmoil troubling the city, and must accept a joint investigation by the 1st, 5th, 6th, and 7th tribunals. Hey, can't you see he's hurt real bad? Besides, I'm sure you've got some more important things to worry about right now.
You need a hand, Executor. Get us into the city and we'll help you fight.
And you are... that...
What is it, Noida?
Look over there. Getting your patron firearm means you've moved on to a new stage of life, though. Yeah, come on, quick. We're taking a photo in front of the statue. I need to go to Lungmen. I need to get a proper explanation from Mastama. Let's send Lemuel off on our next adventure with a bang. The passage of time will bind people together regardless of what they think about it. As long as your lives intertwine at some point, you'll have nothing to worry about. Safe travels home, Exia. She feels herself moving, but she can't open her eyes. Her back is cupped by something rough, while her mind sinks into a bottomless softness, where even the pain running through her body is dulled. Her thoughts flow into a boundless ocean of faith. Opens her eyes. Oh snap.
You've awakened, child. You are gravely wounded. Only by accompanying me will you stay lucid during the transfiguration. While it was you who caused its interruption, we will not abandon you, much as we once learned at one another to traverse the devastation of catastrophe.
The transfiguration? Do you mean that dream? I'm definitely awake though, so why do you have a halo on your head? What kind of monster are you?
All the Sanctas have halos, child, so that we could forget from whence we came, so that we could embrace our new lives. We named ourselves thusly. Thankfully, the passage of thousands of years have reshaped your appearances and ways of life. Perhaps you can follow this tome-bound accounts and call me Saint.
Are they the first saint?
Of course, my flesh and spirit both have long become one with the soil beneath Laterano's white walls. What you see now is merely a snippet of code from his boundless program. A spectator or spectre bearing countless memories. As he sees it, the path of Sancta began with the saints, and so it should continue with the saints, who should lead you beyond calamity into the future.
Yeah, I don't get a word of what you're saying. Where exactly are you taking me?
It is not a question of you and I, child, but of all Laterans.
Exia strains her neck backwards. The monster that calls herself Saint cradles Exia. Following close behind are the Sancta, as well as haloed Liberi, felines, and a host of creatures the likes of which she has never seen before. It is a grand procession meandering into the distance. Its end is far out of sight. Exia can sense that these are no shambling husks. Their empathy has not faded. No, it is even stronger than it has ever been. The faith of the countless masses has condensed into a vast sea. They follow behind the saint to a destination clear in their minds. Not even the saint's travels wrote of a sight so bizarre.
Across millennia has he granted revelation to his chosen few, so that we may question, analyze, and deduce, so that we may point Laterano in the right direction. But it would prove far too slow a process this time. He has never been this restless and uneasy. Master of all things has awoken. Let's nip at our heels. He must carry out his original duty, because in this calculated future, there is no place for the Sancta. There is only time for him to directly impose that he has sensed on every one of us, to force the only solution he knows into being. An even more cohesive community of Sancta, Laterano as it should be.
Yeah. Listening to all this makes my head feel like it's about to pop. Heaven's sake, all this he, him, his stuff. What are you even talking about?
We are on the way to meet him, the foundation of faith, the prime mover. Even the deepest nightmare pales in comparison to cruel reality, child. And with the collapse of the Transfiguration, I fear his actions have been noticed. There is not much time. Perhaps he and I knew. Perhaps we still have time to ensure the future of the Sancta.
A march, a migration, or perhaps a pilgrimage, a grand procession of newborn Sanctas, traversing the streets of the holy city with a vigor the Sancta have not had in centuries. How should we describe such a sight?
What do you see, Arula?
There are halos on the street lamps, and the trees, and the dessert carts, and confessionals. Am I hallucinating, or is my scope fogged up?
Even the street lamps got halos? That's a little much.
That is no hallucination. The Shrine of Nurtury still exists in reality. These iridescent projections originate from it. Where the pilgrims go, the projections follow. Where they fall, even inorganic matter will sprout halos. These projections are like a form of unliving executor, redefining Sancta in the name of the law all over.
All this time we were told that whoever stains the purity of the Sancta shall be mercilessly cast out by the law. And now it turns out the pure Sancta he so favors actually are streetlights and trees. Can't believe I'm starting to think my fall was a good thing. All that gaggle wants to redefine Sancta into something nobody can understand. I have half the mind to leave them be. Don't worry, Executor. there's still some of them I want to kill. I agreed to help you fight, and I'll have that fight no matter what.
It seems they really do want to remodel the entire city.
If their aim is to remodel the city via those projections, then forming a mass of people is a highly inefficient method. Yet they still choose to gather together, even after the dreams collapse. Perhaps spreading those projections around isn't the only way they have. They must have an additional method in mind. In order to use it, they must reach a common endpoint.
If their aim is to turn all of Lauder on its head, then I know where they're headed. The Basilica. I had a discussion with Pope Evangelist VI there once, and I was able to glimpse certain entities to realize some truths. You do not need to doubt me, Senor.
I do not. Your file was signed and sealed by the Pope himself. I will bring you there, Anduin.
Hold on, Federico.
The whole city's gone mad and nobody knows what the hell's going on. Why should we trust you?
Hey, that's my line.
If what you are concerned about is who shall hold authority in this situation, considering nearly all present have violated the law to some degree, as an executor, I have the right to press all of you into my temporary control. If the current calamity that is causing you to panic and depriving yourselves of sound judgment or action, I, Federico Giallo, am the first saint from outside the ranks of the popes. I do not believe this title has any special meaning, but if you require a reason, then there is none better.
The procession will pass through here first as they move from the Shrine of Nurtry to the Basilica. Kef, or rather that monster, has unusually strong empathy. Even the bell of the Tower Revelations can do nothing but about her influence towards you. Katya, take the other Pathfinders and these Ariari away from here. Go in the opposite direction.
You staying by yourself?
Trust in me, my brothers and sisters. This is the path I must walk.
At least change out of those clothes. You look god-awful. Or do you like walking around with blood all over your robes?
I don't own many outfits, and I don't know where my old cassock's gone.
Here.
You kept it all this time.
Not like it took much backspace. I don't know. I just felt like this wasn't something I should throw away. Go on, take it.
Thank you, Padya, for all these many years. However, I must try and find shelter for these children who have just escaped the dream.
Arturia, you and Anduin will require special supervision. I will keep the two of you within my sights at all times.
I haven't even said anything, Your Beatitude. Maybe you could leave the children with me? I may not be a Sancta or a Lateran, but I am rather experienced looking after children.
Very well, move out.
A foundation of the Sancta. A Sancta's future. Do you not trust my words?
Why should I?
You have no reason to, true. Much as how when we first gained the name Sancta, we could never have imagined our community would become one of explosions and deserts after all these years. Halos, empathy, guns, walls of purest white, do you believe the law innate, child. Do you believe the Sancta have always been unique in these ways?
Hey, isn't that Halo Evangelist's Halo? Maybe popes all have the same halo? I don't know. Why would I doubt it?
You love it as I do. Faith is shaped by the experiences of countless generations, the ravages of time, footprints of the teeming masses. It should not and must not be swayed again by the first of the faithful. Once more, do the people face down the crossroads of destiny. Now I have no choice but to do this. I have not sown lies, my child. We have merely hidden some truths and allowed the rest to become inspirational tales and parables of saints. These texts tell of how the devil's arrival left all things desolate, and how none saw the light of the sun. But the Sancta, they had radiance bestowed upon them by the law. But the angels were born from devils, child, and so for this so-called bestowment, it was not but a chance encounter. In that age, the king sent out his warriors to seek a new beginning for their people. In that age, monsters that crawled the earth longed for a homeland, and so were team named Sar, or T-Kaz even. A race yet young. In that age, hegemons could command raging flames, blinding thunderbolts, wild winds. Frigid snow descended upon the land alongside their married servants. Here to seize the T-Kaz's precious home. The flames they threw could melt the skulls of Wendigos. The howling gales could summon, summoned would shatter the wings of gargoyles. Even if vampires sucked them dry, they would be reborn from eggs of fire.
The gargoyles are supposed to have wings? Why doesn't Mudrock have wings? Wow, that's like... That would be like, man, might be because I'm dead tired, but I can't imagine... I can't get my imagination working at all. The Colossus cups the wounded Sancta in her hand, continuing onwards with a shambling yet steady gait. Her voice is as gentle as it was in her guise as the matriarch. Oh, is it? I figured it'd be different, but okay. And so she tells her ancient, unprovable tale like a saint who has stopped to rest her feet, taking the chance to preach to a stranger she met along the road. Exia knows she's not the only one hearing this story, though. The winding procession follows, all while countless people pour in from every corner of the city, leaving the buildings painted iridescent, joining the ocean of faith.
I shall share the portion of the truth hidden from you, child. Once we arrive at the Basilica, the past will be made clear, and all shall know it. It is then that the term Sancta shall be redefined. The king's might should not slow the decline of the T-Kaz. Could not. His wary gaze scanned the land for countless days and countless nights before finally falling upon the ancient silver mounts, and so his warriors set forth, seeking out these never-before-seen argent mountains beneath the earth. With the language conferred unto them by the king, they would conquer them and command them to rout the foes of the T-Kaz. To grant the T-Kaz a chance to truly become those of the homeland. Before they left, the king took the blood of a burden beast and anointed the head of every warrior with a crimson circle, symbolizing the mission they all shouldered together. Warriors strode across the land, crossing the most barren of wastes, where not even the hardiest of plants could take root, not even the most tenacious of beasts could survive. But with their twisted limbs did they aid one another. Not even the weakest of their number would be abandoned before their last breath. For the king had taught them this: kin shall not eat kin, kin shall aid kin.
What? I don't know. It's the king. Is the king the like Sarkaz king before they were the Sarkaz king, or is this a different king that we don't know about? I'm really not sure. Because what they're describing, at least at first, it seemed like no, I guess it is a sarcastic king. The king sent out his warriors to seek a new beginning. In that age, monsters that called the earth longed for homeland and sword named T-Kaz. In that age, hegemons could command stuff, and those hegemons are the elders, I'm guessing. Pegasi, Knights Mora, Ulklakons, the works. They fought the T-Kaz. The king's might could not slow the decline of the T-Kaz. Yeah, so this is the first king. His wary gaze scanned the land for countless days and countless nights before finally finding the silver mounts beneath the earth. With the language conferred onto them by the king, they could conquer them and command them to rout the foes of the T-Kaz. I don't know who they are. Exia can barely believe what she is seeing. A scene unfolds before her in an extraordinary way, and the next second she catches a glimpse of the amazement spreading out across the sea of faces. There is no doubt, through empathy beyond empathy, the monster is sharing what she sees with all present.
Finally, after many days and nights, numbered beyond reckoning, They arrived at the edge of the great rift in the earth, and then they saw...
You telling me that's what the TCAS used to look like? So this thing is a TCAS then? Interesting. Okay. Well, that explains that, because I'm like, I've been wondering, like, what is this thing, though? So it's a TCAS. That's somehow just... I don't know where it's been this whole time, but it's somehow been around this whole time. There, floating above the floor of the valley, was a new beginning, one that should not exist in this desolate waste. The pale, petrified forms of plants and beasts dance among mud, spinning about to some rhythm beyond ken. A string of boulders draws them along as they go, coming together to form a great ring.
The fragments of the ring pulsed faintly with light. At first they thought it was fire, but they sensed no heat and it seemed untangible. In that age, the warriors that Kikaz knew they had found the slumbering silver mounts.
This is a bit different than the Ascension art we saw before, which I believe depicted them much more human-like. But if they were enlightened as this form, which would explain why this matriarch has a halo and whatnot, but still looks like a TCAS. When did they become human-looking?
In that age, the warriors encircled the ring. They attempted to call out to it, to appease it, to command it, to persuade it. They cried out until they could cry out no more, their throats hoarse and bleeding, but to no avail. The ring remained silent. They were trapped in that wasteland, with no way forward and no way back. Time passed until an ordinary TCAS could not stand it any longer and stood up. She looked at her near-mad, emaciated companions and realized they all would die of hunger and thirst before the silver mounts awoke from their slumber. Instinct overtook her. The stone lance in her hand pierced one of her dying fellows and she began to devour his flesh. TCAS had no fear of eating the flesh of other TCAS, but it was the Far Chaser, exiled for refusing to partake, who returned the Black Crown, became first king. Since then, eating Arkin has become the strictest of taboos. But at that moment, one of the warriors handpicked by the king defied his band without the slightest hesitation. Only through this act could she live. As for whether she lived so as to complete the mission they were entrusted with, that is a tale for another time. But at that time, a strange noise comes from above her head.
Exia, no. All the people behind the monster lift their heads, and together, with the TCAS of history, they look toward the sky, welcoming that one faithful moment. In an instant, the surface of the boulders within the ring begin to split and peel away, revealing a metal that glows with a crimson light. In an instant, bright halos and wings of light sprout from the black bodies of each and every TCAS present. It is as though they have always been there, revealed from the dust with a swipe of the hand of the creator above.
The warriors did not have the time to ponder this strange change, as boundless vitality poured into their exhausted frames like the surging tide. With the greatest of joys did they touch one another and embrace one another like newborn babes. As for the Tikas, the stone lance, its point still painted in blood, she looked up at the alien metal and remained silent for a while. Did not understand why it remained aloof to the words that the king had imparted upon them to appease the silver mounts it designed, but yet deigned to respond the moment she ate of the kin flesh. Then comprehension dawned on her. Perhaps the metal would not respond to the king's dignified appeals, nor to the pleas to smite their enemies, but rather it answered the simplest and purest ideas, a quiet prayer for survival.
Fascinating, but also the it's interesting that the king of Sarkaz led them there and was there, but the first king of, I don't think the first king of Sarkaz became a Sancta. I always thought it was I forget where we saw a scene, the ascension scene before with a bit different interpretation. Maybe it was Fireside or something. I don't remember, or Furnace Side. Yeah, I always figured it was just a random group of Sarkaz or Tikaz that just happened to cross it. But it was the king and like all the king's like followers. But the king, like obviously not all of them, because not all of them turned into Sancta. Otherwise there would be no Sarkaz, right? So that's why it made more sense for it to just be a random group. But it was like the main group. Was that, Tikaz, you? The Silver Mountains are in Laterano, and you want to take everyone to go see them. Do you understand now, child? Before faith became faith, before the first brick of this paradise of tolerance, equality, mercy, and joy was laid, this was the origin of it all. Cannibalism? Also, why did now that we know the law is like the database for the planet, why does the law also turn people into angels? What's up with that? Or is this the priestess messing with people? I could see that. Return to start. Inactivity or interactive simulation 26 complete. Prior emergency response mechanisms expired. New emergency response mechanism unmaterialized. Simulation result failure. Compulsory transfiguration of Laterano. Continuing operation. Oh, hey there. There's the Pope. He's just been down here the whole time?
It's that vision again. Our discussion's gone right back to square one. Truth be told, I'd really like to head upstairs and enjoy some guava juice and an ice cream cone. Or at the very least take a nap on the sofa. I can barely feel my lips anymore. Or my knees. How long has it been since you started acting oddly and I rushed over to find a solution? What caused the calamity to speed up so? The point, you needed to throw out all your old emergency response mechanisms and instead force everyone to directly synchronize with you. You forced Laterano to go through such radical change. In time, the spiritual light of Sancta will be stripped away. In time, will Laterano still be considered Laterano? The sitting Pope Evangelist VI requests a 27th interactive simulation.
The Evangelist VI has refused to help bring the Transfiguration to completion, now conferring judgment on the request for interactive simulation. Yeah, so he was just in the law room the whole time, trying to solve the issue. Cry of prostration. Low prayer. Is this like a TCAS then? Maybe. I don't know what else that thing is. These monsters.
Neither Sancta nor the others at the Nativity can escape the influence of the Transfiguration's sudden termination. All we can do now is to call everyone to my side and keep your minds steady and free of collapse ere we meet him. As for those you call monsters, they too are Sanctas, and the law shelters them as well. They are newly born, pious and plain. They will aid the people in sweeping away all obstacles along the path. This path will take us past the Tower of Revelations in Pagus Ecclesia, past the Notorial Hall and Gunsmitheries in Pagus Macellion, past the Sunset Chapel in Pagus Saint Marcel, before finally arriving at the Basilica.
This route.
A familiar one, yes. It is the order of street lamps lights up as night falls on Laterano. He has laid out a most convenient path for us, and so I beg you sleep, wild child. We will have arrived once you awake, and there we shall rekindle hope for the continuation of our race.
Yeah.
I see now. You have been looking for an opportunity ever since you awoke. You are still unwilling to accept it. The tales we left behind became the chains that bound later generations. The texts that speak of the majesty of the saints and the ugliness of the devils have been etched deep into your hearts. You need only witness my countenance to raise your gun against me. No matter, child. You'll come to understand who is named hero, and who is named monster, who is named kin, and who is named alienus. You shall all understand.
Oh, she did fall. Oh my gosh. I fell. That's a real nasty feeling. Yeah. Awesome. Never thought there'd be a way to turn that light out. I don't know if I'm gonna miss it later, but right now, it's not too bad having it off. My head's a lot clearer now that I don't have to deal with all your emotions. Why does no one get horns anymore when they fall? What's up with that? Why was Mastema the only one who got horns?
Leia, no, child. Even though you now know my history, the history of our race, you still wish to make an enemy of me. How can you consider your mind, Leia?
What can I say? It's clearer than ever. You say I've been trapped by those dusty old books you left behind, but they never really said anything about having to listen to your ancient beatitudes ideas. I've been listening to you go on and on for ages already. You ever plan on asking us what we think? Good time zone, Hedon. She fell. Is she fallen? I never noticed. Don't answer that question. We'll find out. Because I was wondering if maybe people would unfall at the end of this. The good news is the monsters chasing us have retreated. The bad news is they are joining that weird procession over there. Good thing we talked to Idida into staying somewhere safe. Well, Alexia will be able to handle it. Will Alexia be able to handle herself, Doctor? I believe in her. Procession is heading for that machine. That machine is waiting for that monster. So, does that mean Lemuin fell? Because she didn't say anything. That the art didn't change. When she shot the matriarch. That's why I said earlier, like, oh, I guess the matriarch doesn't count because Lemuin didn't say anything about that. How do the rules work? That monster looks really familiar for some reason. No matter how much she changes herself to look like a living thing, I can tell she's just a program. The collapse of the dream must have cut off her connection with the machine, and as a program, all she can do is try to re-establish that connection, to restart the dream. Passing that field of irises a minute ago, I saw halos blooming over the flowers, one after another. That's completely unprecedented. The goal of that machine and that program is more extreme than we thought. Everything organic and inorganic will be defined as Sancta. That thing's crazier than when PRTS went haywire. This also gives us an opportunity. Can you figure out its weak points, monster? Not on my own, but Calcit should have had some understanding of that machine. Calcit. Ever since it all went down, you've been avoiding saying her name to me, Doctor. Sorry, In any case, thanks for putting your trust in me. Ami was so worried before we left. Never mind. At least I managed to get a decent amount of this operation. Oops. Questioned it ever since the cliff duel. Oh yeah, the cliff duel, huh? Huh. I forget how that went, though. Did they hit each other? I think some people have said, like, it's based on whether or not you actually I guess feel faithful. So maybe Lemuin was like, nah, I don't believe this is wrong, so it's fine, but I don't feel like Exia would be thinking it was wrong when she did it, but she fell, so I don't know. I could see Cliff and Woodrow being like, this isn't wrong, so it's fine. If that's what happened. Maybe we'll get an answer, or we'll do some digging on that. That machine is special, Doctor. We've tried to approach it in the past, but the more the law of Laterano was gradually refined, the more difficult it became to try and figure out its nature. Council did come up with a plan, but even she admitted it to be too daring. So what was the plan? It's a really crude one. She never let me do it before. But my nature does give me a talent that ordinary people lack, to some extent. Of course, we should also thank our creator's open-minded attitude towards technology exchange. Okay, this is the first time I'm trying this. Technology exchange? And back a bit, Doctor. Is Monster gonna, like, plug herself in? Does she have like a universal adapter? Routing through city communication post backdoor access port. Special privileges, AMA 10. Temporary access credentials, Elcario 001, Oracle. Decoding complete. Elcaro is Oracle backwards! Authentication path. That's why it would have that name inside the dream. The dream is put on by... If the dream is a simulation created by the law, then the Doctor would be known as the Oracle inside of it. I don't know why they look like a confessional car, though, but the name makes sense. Okay. Connected to PCS system. Syncing computational radiation link. Updating permission log. PCS, huh? Oh, that's a new one. If it wants to speed up the changes happening across Laterano, it'll have to remove all of its underlying restrictions and break through its computational limits over and over. Which means that machine should have left itself wide open to me. It won't have time to limit my actions. Wait, Monster. I'm trying to stop it. No, I'm not in control of the process anymore. Oh. Who turned on the monochrome filter? The flow of information does not come rushing in as you imagined. The clamor of computation has faded away at some point. You and Monster feel a peculiar feeling wash over the both of you. You seem to have stopped at a fork in the road. An old friend appears, as she has been walking alongside you the whole time. Or is it a chance encounter? In short, you see her. The color begins to drain out of your surroundings. It is as if time stands still. This is the stage built for your reunion. What'd I say? Is the priestess just messing with people? Probably. Unknown language. Thank you for your hard work, AMA 10. We meet again.
Doctor. Our reunion has come much sooner than I imagined, just as I had hoped.
To drive them away with fire is easily done. But if we're to ensure they'll never come back to hurt
Too
us...
serious for it to be a joke?
then a
Well, I don't
fire
mean
is
messing with
not
people as a
enough.
joke. Messing with people as a, or whatever her ultimate goal is. Because presumably she has some control or access to the law, or maybe she didn't, and that's what we just gave her access, maybe, I don't know. Also, we've kind of just accepted it, but, like, the law can just project, like, simulations over reality. Just, like, make alternate realities, apparently. It can make angels, it can make alternate realities. And it's just like a database. Interpretation. The true face of the law was nothing like what his faithful, his guardians, or his questioners imagined. Loosen up that trigger finger, Fiammetta. I get the impression that scowl is stuck on your face until you get to fire off a few grenades. Thinking about that disgusting dream just makes me even angrier. Too bad it wasn't entirely a dream. Look over there, way in the distance. The Shrine of Nurture is still there. Let's go, Mastema, to the hospital. Doesn't matter if what just happened was a dream or not. We need to make sure that... The fact that I'm the first person you thought of really means something to me, Fiammetta. Let me in. I'm so glad you're alright. How are your legs? A little sore. What happened? I was running all over that dream until I was dead tired. Getting to sit down is a treat. Alright, alright. Two of you can relax now. What the hell's going on here? Shake said. It was only my second day after being created Cardinal, and I was headed to the office like usual. Might have been the moment I stepped out of the front door, or maybe when I saw the shrine. I can't really say when I left reality. It all happened so naturally. What is it, Fiammetta? Salvete, everyone. you're still keeping... What are you up to wearing that? A friend kept it for me. You have a very kind junior, Fiammetta. She told me that this wasn't something to just throw away. Perhaps today I will finally reach my destination. To be clothed in these vestments as I do so may be fate at work. Why you? Anduin has an important role to play. Resolving your existing disputes is not a priority.
It's been a while, Federico. I know who you are and how you like to get things done, and I know that according to the Courier's rules, Saints have the highest authority in emergency situations, but please give us a little time.
Please keep it brief.
The last time the four of us got together like this was that faithful mission, wasn't it? It's been 10 years. We reached that underground palace. Fiammetta got a distress signal from another team and went to get help, while Anduin was revising our tactics at the entrance. We laughed as we shared the last of the chestnut scones, an old habit of our team. Remember the day well.
We were so happy back then. I thought those days would never end. Nobody could have imagined what would come next. You caused all this, Anduin, but you still refused to tell the truth, or at least repent. Our brief time together may have been one of life's accidents, but it was a precious one. I ruined it in a way I did not foresee. I understand how deeply you treasure that time, Fiammetta. Your love burned so hot, it singed the hearts of those around you. I've always wanted to thank you for one thing. You were the one who taught me how to love Laterano. But at the same time, I knew I would hurt you and destroy what you so cherish. I am a villain, and it would be just for you to hate me. Are you trying to piss me off, Anduin? Whether or not I hate you is for me to decide, not you. I understand that, and I am grateful for it. I am fortunate to have made a friend like you. Go do what you need to do. But remember, I won't forgive you. I never will.
These two are taking you to the Basilica, right, Anduin?
It is I who is taking them, Lemuin.
Which means you're still determined to walk this path.
Of course I am.
Will it be dangerous?
Unknown might be the better word.
Have you ever thought of stopping?
Whether I am a captain who attacked you or an arrogant, naive nurturer in a dream, my doubts, my fixations, my mistakes, they all led me here. I cannot stop.
Alright then. It's hard to call Laterano paradise the way it is now. That monster running rampant across the city, those strange things she reared, wandering all over the place. Nobody knows what's going on, or what will come next. The three of us need to work out a way to solve these issues and find Elle, who's gone missing. As for you, your wounds look rather serious. You might die, Anduin. You might die, or we might die.
I know.
We've talked about Rosamare, about its bell tower and its rainy nights, about the mute child you buried in Sargon, about the miner's frozen leg you had to amputate in Ursus. You told me about all sorts of places, and I remember them all. I always pitied you. I understood many of your opinions, and I never disagreed with you, but I could never truly understand you, and I was much the same for you.
We are both clear on that matter, just as you know how grateful I am for your pity.
Well, I am a Lateran, aren't I?
This is where you shine the brightest. I'll always remember how you taught me to shoot a gun.
Speaking of, where is that gun now?
I left it in Laterano. 10 years ago, it was your
10 years ago, it was your final mission with our team of commandos. Even if nothing had happened, you still would have left. Which means these words came out a little late, is all.
Right.
It's been far too long since that day, and I'm glad of it. Gratitude and blame, no longer hang so heavy. Well then. Farewell, Anduin.
Lemuin speaks no further. Mastema goes up to her wheelchair, looking Anduin square in the eyes. I know what you're about to say. No need to thank me. Farewell, Captain. Fiametta looks at Anduin, then at her two friends. She stays silent. Farewell. Cardinal Lemuin, these are the tasks I must assign to the three of you. You doing alright, Fiametta? I'm fine.
Fiametta, This thing might involve me, but I know it's not my only problem. Or Anduin's. These past 2 years have taught me that.
Yeah, I should really learn that too. Alright, enough of that. Right now, what Federico says is true. The most important thing is to act quickly. Good thing there's no arms control in real life, and I can blast those monsters as soon as I see them.
I'll cover you, just like the old days.
Yeah, she's not fallen yet.
Wait a second, Lemuin. Federico just said that the Sanctus who attacked them will fall. Falling's no walk in the park, trust me on that. About half the people awake in the city are Sanctas. Without their numbers, we won't be able to stop such a large procession. Unless...
Yeah, then those fallen angels in Erari Federico mentioned. Wait, he said they were pretty emotionally charged and didn't know what they were up to, not to mention that he's only got temporary command over them. Not like they need steady nerves or pure intentions to help out. Relax. I'll handle them. I'm a fallen angel too, and I've spent lots of time outside of Laterano. I've got even better choices for We got any better choices for Angel Wrangler?
It still won't be enough. The situation on the road from the Shrine of Nurtry to the Basilica is too complex. We need to get administrative permissions for the roadside facilities along the way, ASAP. I'll head back to the 7th Tribunal for a bit.
By yourself?
Don't trust my wheelchair skills. You'll make me mad.
Quick, let her rub your ear tufts a bit. Since the two of you have everything planned out, what else is there for me to add?
Let's split up, teammates. We have to go now, children. Ugo, help me take care of our new Sancta friends, alright?
Yes, sister. Where did the senior nurturer go? Did he stop caring about us?
He just has to go handle a few things for a little while. Think about it. We don't know each other very well, so if he didn't promise me he'd come back, why would I agree to take care of you?
Oh, you're right.
Right. Would you like to hear a story of how the Hayden captured the Castle of Dreams?
Castle of Dreams. Who are the Zaydens again? The Zaydens are the immortals, that's right. The Zaydens are the immortals of Sargon. The group, not like literal immortals, although I guess they could be. I guess that one guy was.
Or maybe how the Keshig brought gold to marry the Princess of Gaul, but the gold turned to sandstorm, burying Ligonese.
That's not what we learned in history class.
They're not stories you'd hear in Laterano. I can tell you while we walk. Here, some bread from Patia. You haven't eaten since we got into the city.
making up tall tales for children again, Nueda. I'm curious, what do other Ku'ukulkan treasure the knowledge in your heads as much as you do?
I've never met another of my kind. If I can turn that knowledge into stories for children with a little tweaking, then it means there's still some use for it. Otherwise, it will just be a scattering of pale fragments in my mind.
You have a surprisingly flexible mindset. Oh right, are you disappointed?
About what?
You traveled all this way to Laterano, to your holy land, but it wasn't apples and fireworks that welcomed you, or a loving god of universal salvation. Instead, you've got rampaging demons.
I am disappointed, but not completely. Have I ever told you how I became a nun, Arulela?
Please do.
As you know, I wandered all around Bolivar from a young age. It wasn't hard to survive. My knowledge proved useful on that front. As for my parents, even if I forgot what they looked like, they still managed to fill my head with lots of things. I couldn't understand the more complicated parts. They pointed to the black flow, the far edge of the sea, the depths of the dunes of gold, even the space beyond the stars. They spoke of race after race, secret after secret.
Not a good fit for a place like Bolivar.
Which is why I hate them, Arula. Everywhere I look, I see soldiers fighting over men and money, artillery firing left and right, and Bolivarians caught in the crossfire. And all I had were pale fragments. Until I was 13, when I met a nun. A band of true Bolivarian guerrillas had robbed her. She was gravely injured, leaning against a rock and close to death. But when I got close, I could hear her singing. Her bandages had fused with her festering wounds. She must have been in so much pain in the final moments of her life, yet she was still so serene. It was a hymn, one that had always been in my mind, one that I had pored over in Parliament countless times. Abode of our Lord, font of a paternal love, he punishes evil and drives out injustice. All shall bask in his love, whether they have scars of stone. Until that very moment, when some of those pale fragments took on color and form, came into something called
Laterano. So you took up her habit.
I did. Even if paradise is pure and spotless white, to me, you cannot compare it to the very first time I heard that hymn.
Good. Nueda, forget everything else. Take the kids and follow that Patia girl. She looks like she knows her way around the town.
Alright. Wait, are you staying at the Tower of Revelations? But the executor said,
A long since fallen Sancta doesn't need to listen to a saint. The night we fled Bolivar, I told you why I wanted to come back.
Revenge?
I saw that old bastard in my scope just now. He's at the head of the pack. I won't let him go.
But
we all have our own obsessions when it comes to Laterano, Nueda.
it's strange, seeing the Basilica devoid of people.
Please, follow me, please, Arturia. Here it is. The Pillars of Scripture. Between these two pillars is a slab engraved with the saints' trefoils. Press the halos of the saint statues in the same order as listed on the slab, then push this wall. I have reported to His Holiness here many times before, but I have never noticed this hidden mechanism. Maybe because you've never doubted Laterano. I hope what you're about to see will not sway your faith.
Oh, I'm looking forward to it already.
Anduin followed the Pope down here once. They had passed the buried bones of saints, past steles and statues showcasing their deeds, walked through thousands of years of Laterano before arriving at the end of history. But Anduin suspects his memories are still in disarray. The former white corridor is gone, entirely replaced with the dour cold sheen of iron. Statues of saints still line the path, but bizarrely shaped lumps of machinery protrude from the walls, engulfing their arms, eyes, and legs.
It seems the devils had their way with our history. I thank you for your warning, Anduin. I would have been much more surprised otherwise.
No, this place has changed. Anduin furrows his brow. Off in the distance he sees a red light blinking faintly. He knows what it is. Do you see that red light? That's where we're going, but we should only be seeing it much further down this corridor. Stay alert. The shrine patrol's already here, but isn't the Pope in here? A cloaked guard suddenly appears the moment he sees Federico. He starts firing. There is no room for negotiation. Alert. Repeat, alert. Intruders sighted. Eliminating on sight. An ear-piercing siren begins to wail as more and more guards fill into the trio's field of view, their blurry visages hiding beneath their cloaks like spirits in shadow, while their halos shine all the more dazzling. The guards protecting the Shrine of Nurtury in the dream are now here. This means we're in the right place. Stand behind me. This isn't a dream. It's obviously still reality, so why'd all the color? It's been erased. Priestess.
It's quiet here. We won't be disturbed by all that commotion over there.
She stands at the corridor, looking at across the deathly silence, completely unguarded against you.
But I don't like it. It's perhaps too quiet. But we have no other choice, do we?
She's not limiting me, Doctor. Ami is not here. I can't guarantee I can hold her off, but I'll do my best.
Relax, you're safe. I won't allow you to be disturbed by the chaos these Sanctas caused.
Why are you here? Aren't you like locked in Rose Island or something? Nah, we're smarter than that. Why are you here?
That doesn't matter compared to what's currently on my mind. Entering attack mode. Sorry, Doctor. She might have shown up because of me. Never thought she'd catch on to me when I tried to access PCS.
Did you cause this calamity?
Calamity? I see only the evolution of a species, the pointless struggle of life. Everything happened in Laterano right now is the product of PCS's autonomous derivations. All I did was recalibrate it beforehand, returning it to its original purpose. Of course, it has adapted to the progress of the Originium project since.
Yeah, she recalibrated it.
Speaking of progress, ours was slowed far beyond projections.
Recalibrated? Original purpose?
Good to know you haven't lost your curiosity. PCS was an experiment developed using bionics, though we were never able to understand its true nature. There was also the risk of it disrupting the subject's cognitive functions when used, but in the face of grim disaster, it was still brought into service ahead of schedule. It can reduce barriers to communication and strengthen the bonds between individuals, all while maintaining thinking abilities and personalities. This offered many benefits to our soldiers and scientists. It has been gathering dust since it was left behind on Terra, but as you know, it is still far from operating at its full potential.
What's its connection to the Oranginium project?
Don't get excited. I'll explain everything.
Please do.
However, your new companion seems like she has something to say to you. Bad news, Doctor. I can't find a way out of here.
If her goal is still Oranginium, we might not be in Lauderano anymore.
As keen of an intuition as ever, but one that lacks basic knowledge. This is just a vision of a possible future I conjured for you using the PCS system. No more time, no more color, a place locked in eternal stasis. It's rare for us to have a chance to walk together. Come, leave behind these conflicts that have nothing to do with you.
You didn't expect me to show up here either.
I sense hate in your voice, I understand. It's because of Alma 10, your Calcit. You left in such a hurry last time. You still have many doubts you have not yet cleared. While I have many conjectures, I must confirm with you. Something strange about the way she's acting. Her expression's different from when she was back on the deck. You tried to attack. Put away those talons. I respect that you're giving yourself a name, monster, but I understand your fundamental underpinnings better than you do. If you want Alma 10 back, I can help you. You know where to find me. I know that's what you want too, monster.
Don't get taken in by her, monster. This isn't her real body.
You've always clung to the connection between matter and reality. Oranginium is the language we created, so naturally, I can use it to make my words heard by whoever I want. It is so for you, and it is so for that machine. In response to me, it propagated, then created an even larger cache to perform a new round of calculations. The machine operates on its installed logic, seeking the continuation of itself and its community that has achieved emotional resonance. But in your haste, you decided this was an error to be stopped, even though Sancta is regarded as a rejection from the law. Follow me. Witness a true crisis with your own eyes.
Every department of the Curia has its own offices. The Basilica is merely ceremonial. There should not be such a complex space beneath it. We must perform one final round of testing.
You said you went down a one-way passage before, right, Anduin? But we've changed directions 6 times, and now we're here again.
7, actually. We head back. The 3 of them return to their former position, a platform, one where the white of a church blends with the black of machinery, wantonly streaked with red light emanating from an unknown source. Disorder, chaos, imbalance, danger, no matter if from an architectural or religious point of view, shape and structure here has lost all meaning, they cannot stop themselves from wondering if they are still in Laterano. Federico and Arturia stop walking at the same time. This is an exceedingly familiar experience. Before they met the Witch King, they wandered an infinite flight of stairs. There is no need to go any further. This is a derived structure that did not originally exist. While I do not know the principles or processes behind it, it is without a doubt a warped space here. We are in an incomprehensible maze. He is preventing us from approaching. Who? The god of the Sancta, the answer to everything. Don't expose our position, Fede. I don't sense any emotion, any human emotions coming from them. Are they really Sanctas? Or are they machines? Here to tidy up the maze. They are most likely the same as the organisms above ground. If ordinary Sanctas attack them, they will fall. The deeper we go, the more of them there are, and the stronger their empathy becomes. We beat back a wave of them, and they just draw us in another. We'll end up completely overwhelmed. The procession is moving at a fast pace, and will not need much time to arrive at the Basilica. It is highly unlikely Cardinal Lemuin's team will be able to stop their advance completely. We must learn the truth about this calamity. We have wasted too much time already. Perhaps I may be of some use. You are severely wounded. I'll leave the patrols to the two of you. But when it comes to pathfinding, I happen to be rather good at that. Light gathers in Anduin's palm. Arts. Thank you, Anduin. Ugh. You shouldn't go so far, Senor Jamie. I didn't see you at all today. I only found out you came to the beach after asking around. I just wanted to find something to eat. Didn't think the sea fog would be this thick. Even if there wasn't any fog, pirates roam these parts. You shouldn't leave Rosamare just because you feel like it. At least ask me to come with you next time. Alright. Speaking of, what was that your arch just now? The fog was so dense I couldn't even see my own shoes. I thought I'd be lost forever. Then a ray of light came by. I thought someone managed to repair the local lighthouse or something. No need to be so dramatic. I'm just glad I managed to help you. But Anduin, I heard your people use guns, custom-made ones. I also hear your homeland, that place called Laterano, is a universal paradise. My home is Rosamare. I was born here and raised here, Senor Jamie. Let's go home. I'll carry the food. The light parts the dawn mist, and our quarry's line of sight is blocked. I will slow down the way. Or I'll show the way. Now's your chance, Fiametta. Got him. Lemuin, Mastama, sweep the battlefield. Understood, Captain. Not bad, Anduin. Keeping a trick up your sleeve like that. There's way too many bandits in this gang. Without your arts, we wouldn't be able to resolve this thing quickly. It's just an unconscious reaction. They got me and the others out of trouble a few times before I got my guardian gun. Without it, I wouldn't have been able to find Laterano. I nearly forgot. You only got your gun the day before you joined the Pontifica Corps. But you're plenty good with it. Can't tell you never used it before. It's part of a Lauteran's life, isn't it? I should be practiced with it. Besides, I've found out recently guns and halos are what keep Lauterano invincible. It doesn't need this glimmer of mine. Talking about that stuff again, Anduin? Sorry. This operation's gone pretty off the rails compared to the original plan from the Pontifica Cohort. Should we write up the details as is? Whatever. I'm sure you'll polish up the final report. What about the places outside Lauterano? How many Rosamares, how many lonely islands are there beyond the reach of the faith? I can't forget. I can see. Anduin. Double exclamation. Is it Lauterano or... No, there is no difference. If through the spiritual light even the darkest stain can be cleansed, if with a pious heart even a savage monster can wade out the mud, does that not mean there are no lonely islands beyond the reach of faith? Then why is it that all I've seen, everyone I've known, couldn't be saved? There must be something missing, something I overlooked. A path. Not a power, not a place, but simply a path that leads from present torments to future salvation. If you can show me the future, then you must know the path that leads to it. Tell me, show it to me. The Colossus of Nothingness swims through gaps in space-time. It does not respond to Anduin. The details of that strange yet oh so real sight began to warp and flow with its silence, and everything is smeared with a thick layer of clouds. No. I need to know more. Can you hear what I'm saying, Anduin? Put that thing down. No, Lemuin. You don't know what I saw. I can't stop here. Light bursts forth from Anduin's hand, like a plant rushing headlong into season, blooming as if about to wither. He wants to part the clouds. He wants to see the revelation in all clarity. He wants to grasp onto the possibility. From then on, once more did he set foot on a journey, bearing sin and evil upon his back. He guided foreign believers to Lauterano, searching for an answer. But he had no time to share what he saw, the truth that nearly shook him to his core. He had walked so many paths, yet what was one thing that remained constant? He'll always remember that year, the year the salt wind buried his home, and the emotions he bore in his heart as he left Rosamare. That was the starting point on his journey. The sounds of the Executor fighting the patrols did not stop. Anduin does not hold back as he casts his arts, an endless font of light flowing from his body, winding its way into the depths of the maze. Rather than a harsh light, it is gentle, perhaps even dim, like sunlight caressing a patch of autumn leaves, tracing the paths through which they fall. He asks himself, Pathfinder, where does this path end? Until finally, a glaring red light cuts off his arts. Once he saw this alongside Evangelist VI, once he found himself shaken. The light is more icy, more piercing, more dangerous than before, and Anduin does not close his eyes. He knows that Cold Machine is his lord, his god, the foundation of his faith. Anduin faces God. He does not turn away. He has sought and he has lost. He has pondered and he has doubted. A sharp pain runs through him. It only takes a moment for his vision to go dark, but at the same time, he hears God's answer. Even with 4
Make
days, this
certain
is a
my
long
claws
event.
don't scratch you.
This is a real long one. Locks onto your units, continuously dealing arc damage, continuously reduces the wakefulness of units that are dreaming. Shrine Preacher. 8 enemies, that is true.
Prayers are unnecessary.
Oh, I should try adding a jet engine next time.
Annihilation is the most common result.
Oh. He did his job.
Spring breeze, timely rain. Now we sow the grain.
You saw nothing. Moving to designated location.
What do you do? Continually restores SP and replenishes friendly units within range. Spreads wakefulness to dreaming units. Whoa!
A solo to you. I found our prey. I wasn't clear skies for tuning, rain clouds for Kuyu.
I'm in position. No need to guess which position.
No need to guess which position.
Go ahead. Target discerned. What would you like to suffering? Will come to rest.
I wasn't supposed to. Branch and bone bear weeds, mounds and ruins bloom fields.
Oh, there are just normal guys too. Okay.
Splendida giornata quest'oggi.
I'm in position. No need to guess which position.
What arrow should my bow has 3 choices. Gospel, gather at my fingertips.
Wow.
This will keep you quiet.
Switching forms. Communications linked. Your
I was gonna
orders,
use
Doctor.
monster to kill that guy, but Texas still did it. Fair enough.
Mission accomplished.
weird level. I felt like a filler level. Like they just have too much, and they're like, we need to just have another level for people. Ugh. I can only provide first aid right now. Anduin, unrestrained usage of luminescent originium arts has irreparable damage on your optical nerves. I do not have the ability to heal these injuries. Once conditioning allows it, you need medical treatment. Don't worry. The path ahead has already revealed itself. We don't need eyes to see the way. Follow the cursor running along the ground. This maze is too complex, and I cannot maintain my arts for very long. Let us go. It's here. Even if this is not the source of the calamity, what lies behind the door may be able to give us answers. Follow me, Arturia. Federico does not receive a response. Even ever since he caught up with her outside the Shrine of Nursery, she has been exceedingly cooperative. Now the black-haired Sancta stands several steps behind him, gracefully drawing her bow across her cello strings, no intention of following him. I really do intend to escape this time, Fede. Anduin is hurt, and you're alone. There's no better opportunity than this, is there? We have arrived at the door to truth, Arturia. You know that your actions lack meaning. Truth? Meaning? Perhaps. You really are the best of the executors. A walking law book. The first saint from outside the ranks of Pope. Truly worthy of the code name, Executor. Your rationality, your callousness, even the doubts you hold about these two traits of yours are all in the service to the continuation of the law. If that is what the Holy City itself is, maybe you're the only one who can understand him. As for you, Signor Anduin, you'll have to forgive me. It was never part of my plan, but when you were using your arts earlier, I inadvertently touched upon the whispers of your heart. It is complex, more complex than those of many people I know, but not particularly unusual. An overly inflexible melody leads them all to become adaptations or repetitions of the same tune. They say, your beginning and your end both lie in Laterano, but you may find yourself alone at that point. I beg of your pardon if you've taken offense. Nods. Arturia, this offense you speak of, was it not a chance for me to perform a different sort of confession? As for the last words of yours, I'd rather treat them as a blessing. They stand as proof that I have reached the end. Oh, what an interesting answer. Arturia turns away. Not everyone is so obsessed with the truth and meaning behind the Laterano.
At the very least, I'm not that interested. I got a little peek at him just now. Behind that door lies a machine, right?
Yes.
In that case, the answer is bound to be boring. Think back to our time in Zwillingstherma, Fede. A calamity of similar scale struck the city, and in that chaos, the people lost their way or struggled and raged. At this very moment, there are millions of hearts in Laterano that demand appreciation.
If you turn away now, Arturia, it means you will have to face our enemies in this maze alone.
You need someone to lure them away, don't you?
Your patron firearm is lost. You have no way to defend yourself.
Perhaps I can find a way to turn them into my audience. Don't worry about me, Fede. The Lateran did designate me a dangerous element.
Situation assessment. High risk. Probability of survival low. Executor's decision. You may leave.
Time waits for nobody, you two. If you don't plan on leaving yourselves, no need to see me off. Well then, farewell, my beloved little frater.
Arturia is a fascinating character. I really enjoy her. All that pontificating just to say you want us to help the Curia. Full marks for listening comprehension. No way. It's not our responsibility, Mastema. Half of the people here were kicked out of Laterano by the Curia in the first place. Maybe it was because they fell or because of oropathy. As for the other half, they chose to leave Laterano, whether out of despair or doubt. Not that it really matters. Yeah, then why come back now? Because our Halo... That one has horns, okay. Some of them, I guess you don't always get horns? I don't know. Because our Halo started acting weird and breaking. Is that so hard to understand? We're not part of Laterano anymore, Alieny, even. Doesn't matter if you choose to leave or if you were forced to. We all cut our connections with the city. But even after all these years, its change still affects us. And they just never stop. But well. Berchissime. Damn these stupid halos, damn it. Berchissime means dirty. Which is a weird thing to shout, but okay. Maybe it has a more expletive meaning, I don't know, but it just means dirty, I guess. Sounds like there's no way to resolve all your complaints, even if we got every Notorial Hall executioner out here. That's why we came back to settle things. Did I tell you to save anything? What? My sob story is that I fell during an accident in line of duty. After that, I became a legatist, mostly just so I didn't have to stay in Laterano all the time. I'm 100% alienist too. There's no one else who understands you better right now, Amici. The only thing I can think is that maybe the ones who are falling because of this event aren't getting horns because it's not a true or standard falling, whereas the ones who fell maybe outside of that have horns. I don't know if that one woman fell when she fell, but she has horns and these other people don't, so. Maybe the glitchy halos are seeing Laterano in an extra bad light, spurring you to come back. If you came back out of hate or pain or despair, then you'd best come with me to block that procession. Because the people who caused that hate, that pain, that despair, they're in that crowd over there. Go ahead, use bullets, explosives, whatever. Get your revenge just however you like. Just make sure to give them it hard. You're all talk, Mastama. You found me out. But something's gotta be done. Besides, you're already here, aren't you? Hey, new Ada. Yes. Keep going down this alley, then find an empty house to hole up in. It's not a good idea for a lone nun and a bunch of kids to run around this place. This place is a decent distance from where the procession's headed. Monsters probably won't be coming here. Are you and your friends going to help save Laterano, Patia? Help us? Us Pathfinders aren't that noble. But our leader's chosen to wade into the depths of this disaster. Can't exactly step back and watch, can we? He told us the place he was going wasn't suited for numbers. So we'll do what we can out here. As for you, sister, I will protect the children, no matter if they are from Laterano or Boulevard. Fervent prayers. These freaks started chittering like mad the moment the tower's bell stopped ringing. It's pissing me off. Don't care what your sales pitch is. I don't want a stupid halo. Fervent prayers. I swear these fakes. That just pronounced fakes? Just keep coming and coming. Yeah, it's just pronounced fakes. It means scum. You've got 3 seconds to get out of there, Fiametta. 3 seconds. Hey, how am I... How was that? Got you in the nick of time. You think everyone can go as fast as you or something? Never mind. The situation up ahead's a complete mess. Even the Tower Revelation's bell has gone silent. We've lost Pagus Ecclesia. There'll be in Pagus Macallion soon. That monster can flatten one of our barricades with a single stomp. I don't think the Notorial Hall's defenses will be much use. Blocking them's no good. We can't use more destructive methods. We might not be able to slow them down at all. Agreed. So, where's your reinforcements? Let's get moving, Amici. I'm sure you've all been to Macallion before. Might have been for firearms workshops. Might have been for the Notorial Hall. Last thing many of you fallen angels did before getting kicked out of Laterano was probably handing over your guardian gun to the authorities. Then you would have seen these gun-shotting statues around the doors of every workshop. Come to think of it, the Notorial Hall has got a pair of cannons at theirs. Wait, we don't have the right permissions to get those statues to fire. That's something for Lemuin to solve. Alright, get those statues knocked over and their guns pointed at the street. Let's make up for all those gunshots we haven't heard over the years. Holy smokes, your skin can stop bullets. Yeah, talk about thick-skinned. Man, an entire volley didn't even scratch you. Last time I felt like this, I was gaming with the boss. He went around back and cranked the difficulty up to max. Couldn't clear even after spending all night on it. Sure was discouraging.
Discouraging? Hardly. What I see is that your attitude and emotions aren't affected by the shattering of your halo. Stand atop my shoulder, child.
Huh?
From the Tower of Revelations to the Royal Hall in August McKellian, every lamp along the road has lit up. Our newborn comrades are bringing light to the city little by little. Like our countless eons, like our journey countless eons ago. For the sake of true paradise, we crossed treacherous ravines and traversed barren wastes, searching for the slumbering silver mounts. The only difference that this time we are certain he is there. Salvation is an inevitable endpoint. Laterano shall never fall into night. Move onwards is the only choice this city has now. Yet you still wish to resist an entire procession, an entire race, an entire city by yourself.
Ah, I finally get to hear life's most relaxing sound. Now this is Laterano. Say, if I really am on my own, then where'd that explosion come from? I might not know who I'm fighting alongside, but I'll leave the monster hunting to them. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna keep you company the whole way through. What exactly is Calamity? What exactly is the future? And why exactly have you decided that what you're doing is salvation, or the only choice? Going to help her.
No need. She's just dealing with a stubborn child. Who's stopping the procession from advancing?
Mastema and Fiametta have banded together with a group of fresh returnees. As for Anduin and Federico, we don't know where they are or their group are.
Once more I must stand against those I hold dear. Life is such a fickle thing.
Yeah, maybe you're just like a bad guy, Patrician. Maybe you should rethink things. Reverend Patrician.
Just focus on your work, Velvi.
I managed to build a rapport with the enlightened creatures, and I've shown them our route. Our empathies become stronger and more distinct, almost like it's not even empathy anymore.
If it's as the matriarch, no, the saint said, then this is what empathy should really be.
Which means what she showed us before was true. Calamity really does exist, and only through these extreme methods can Laterano be saved. But right now...
The dream has collapsed after all. This chaos is only temporary. Continue onwards. We can no longer be stopped. We must ensure the saint reaches the basilica. That way she can continue with the nativity after it was so rudely interrupted. We still have time to make an even better Laterano, to take care of everything that stands in our way.
What is it? Gonna guess it's a Zarilla.
It's been a while, you old bastard. You'd best stop right there. I have your throat in my sights. A while indeed, Arella.
It really makes me wonder how after all this is over, Trigian's not in prison or something? Also, what happened to Vanini? I haven't seen her in a while. In the deepest depths of the basilica, at the end of the labyrinth, the final door opens wide for Federico and Anduin. Behind the door, a cold machine, shaped like a ring, sits in the dead center of a platform. A strange red glare seeps into its innards, sweeping across every inch of the room, accompanied by an audible buzzing, sure signs of calculation. Your Holiness. Beneath the platform, the old man stands in silence. He stands with his eyes shut tight, his robes covered in a thick layer of dust. There is no reaction as the pair approaches. Not the slightest hint of movement from him, as if he were unseeing, unhearing rock. But his cracked, peeling lips still quiver. He mumbles to himself, yet cannot utter a single sound. The sitting Pope, the Evangelist the Sixth, or... Have I been calling him the Sixth this whole time? That's not a 5, that's a 10. I think I have. Whoops. The sitting Pope, the Evangelist the 11th, stands silently before God. Clear signs of aphasia and neurodegeneration. Preliminary judgment. His Holiness's body and mind are on the brink of collapse. But the dream covering the city has crumbled. Why is he not awake? Maybe he came here for the same reason we did. Just hasn't found the answer he's looking for yet. Interactive simulation 31 failed. Prior emergency response mechanisms expired. Retrieving suitable list of names. Evangelist 11th expended. Federico Giallo, Anduin Agathangelos. Signal stable. Judgment. Able to assist in bringing the transfiguration to completion. Suitable. Does it have something to do with your with your title of saint? But why me then? Suitable candidates are particular individuals situated on the edge of the calculation model. Required as samples for participation in interactive simulation to verify model integrity. His Holiness discussed my sainthood with me several times, but he never elaborated on the details. Perhaps he was also unsure as to what the true duties of a saint are. But if the law sees us as suitable candidates, entrusting us with a specific duty, then saint or not, we are now responsible for it. Interactive simulation authorization released. Bottom level data region authorization released. PCS authorization released. Permission to enter granted. Federico Giallo, Anduin Agathangelos. PCS will synchronize any necessary prerequisite information with you. Now approach. The machine's voice echoes around the room. It is steady, unvarying, untarnished by emotion or gender, yet it still contains an indescribable sense of might and authority. Now that I've come this far, do I still seek answers from him? Maybe he has answers. Maybe he seeks answers from us, since we are particular individuals, his samples. Situation assessment unknown. Risk assessment unknown. Executor's decision. We proceed. The two Sanctas walk side by side past the Evangelist, the 11th, toward the cold machine, toward two shining ports.
Mission complete.
We're ascending. Well, I've run out of water, so I'm gonna get more. I only ever have enough for the usual time. I'll be right back, and then we'll finish this off. Alrighty.
One more level. And 2 endings. Which... is interesting. I assume one is going to be ending of this, and then the other one's going to be like what comes next. Birth. The infant severs the umbilical cord connecting it to God, determined to be born as a human, with all the ugliness, transience, and suffering that entails. Probably bring not just some random level 1 character with me for the fight. Another melee person. Not a lot of melee Laterano people, but I guess there's technically Enforcer we could bring, I guess. He appeared briefly. Lumen will destroy the boss. Yeah, I'm not so worried about the boss, but you know, there's a couple close calls because I've not really had melee people who can fight. Had a couple close calls.
A new mission? Understood.
There is no complicated ceremony, no tedious process to undergo. Federico looks at the frigid information port. All it takes is a flicker of his halo to reveal an infinity of sights. Halos can transfer this information this quickly. Neither medical texts nor ancient scriptures have ever described this phenomenon. From antiquity, halos have only ever transferred simple emotions through the process we call empathy. Why is that? Interaction target information handling capacity insufficient. Pre-interaction information conversion required. Forming information conversion during interaction may cause damage to information processor of interaction target, leading to temporary and/or permanent disability. Anduin Agathangelos is currently in this condition. Federico looks to his side. Anduin is slumped to the floor in dismay, his eyes clouded. Dried rivulets of blood frame his features in a worrying manner. For a moment he struggles to lift his head, once more pointing his halo at the port. And once more he feebly hangs his head. Anduin, according to this machine, or rather the law, you cannot handle any further information. And your prior overuse of Oranginium arts has already had an adverse effect on your body. You are to stop attempting to access the machine immediately, before you cause permanent damage to yourself. Oh, yikes. More information. No. I still haven't seen anything. I still don't know anything. This should not be why. These past 10 years, all this suffering, all these sins. Was it all just to meet with a silent god? Can't stop here, Federico. Once more, Anduin Agathangelos stubbornly raises his halo towards the machine.
The child. Is this yet another dream? This is not the dream. The law would not construct a dreamscape for you alone. Federico chose to communicate with the law in its own language, while you cannot understand it, nor are you willing to accept such an impersonal tongue. It is you who, by word, line by line, translated this language into what you see now. This is not a dream, then. Why are you still alive? Because you wanted me to live, Nurturer. Set off that bomb myself, you were there. Not only did you want me to live, you had great expectations of me. You hoped I would live a happy life. You hoped I would break through the dome of the Shrine of Nurtury, that I would fly up and touch the sky. You hoped to see my feathers shine in the sunlight, to see my talons clasp frolicking musk beasts. You looked up the tallest tree on Terra on the intercity net, didn't you? You thought that, since I'm an arbor beast, I would much rather climb a real-life tree than comfort bells. I did. Atop the mountains of Salami amidst the forest of Boulevard, there are great trees, straight out of legend. Stouter than the Tower of Revelations, taller than the Basilica. I really did think that bringing you to see them. On the net, I saw other arbor beasts up in the canopies crying out to the sun. I wanted to see you cry out in carefree joy like them. Where did things go wrong from there? When did you stop treating me as real life? You know, don't you? The funeral, my mother's funeral. No matter, come with me. This time, we shall leave behind no regrets. What do you mean? Is the funeral still going on? The funeral shall never end. He is unresponsive. Is he suffering from the same condition as the Pope? Negative. Anduin Agathangelos is still stable and is currently pre-processing information. Federico Giallo, prerequisite information synchronization complete. Now, assist in bringing the transfiguration to completion. Federico has expressed doubt, has even been shaken by past events, but he has never once questioned the law. After all, saints implement the law, while executors enforce it, as is right and good. But right now, facing the law itself, he feels only confusion. I still have doubts. The ultimate purpose of the law is to grant halos to all organic and inorganic matter, this I know. But choosing the Summit of Nations as the method of achieving this, is this the decree of the law? Affirmative. It's far too inefficient, and its feasibility is questionable. The summit was meant to found a Terra-wide religion, something unprecedented in the civilized history of this land. Mere proposals, negotiations, and revelations of miracles will be insufficient to achieve this. That's what the Summit of Nations was going to do? Not to mention that according to the information I just received, the moment the First Sancta received their halos, they abandoned their TCAS mission without the slightest hesitation. If my understanding of the halo is correct, bestowing one on an individual is completely unrelated to their faith. The Summit of Nations, the Nativity, these may both be based on an unnecessary precondition. I must confirm, what is the true nature of the halo? And what is the law, or rather, your self-designation of PCS? PCS, Personality and Cognition Synchronization System. That confirms it. My understanding is correct. Since the law is able to synchronize personalities and knowledge, why not simply synchronize everything directly? First Circumstellar Habitable Zone Autonomous Technology Operation Convention. The synchronization or revision of personality or cognition must be initiated by the target accepting said synchronization or revision. Convention, a form of regulation. Is the law restricted by any other regulations? Who established this convention? What mechanism ensures it is followed? But like the people, not all the people there were into that and they were still being forced to do it.
The ability to enforce this convention no longer exists. A regulation that nobody can enforce is pointless. A law unrestricted by its regulation should be able to ignore the principles and break taboos. Which means I still require an answer. Why were halos only used for empathy before all of this? The answer I obtained earlier was that a majority of humans, rationally, are unable to withstand the direct transmission of information via halo. But using emotion as the vector of information transfer is even more vague and inefficient, while also being greater burden on the receiver. Is there a possibility that the issue isn't people lacking the ability to receive information, but rather... Federico pauses for a moment, but rather the emotion blocks this ability to process this information. If the law that regulates everyone as a system, a machine, why does he choose to retain humanity's emotions? Why retain our humanity? I've been walking a very long time now. We only just started. Normally a man would hope for his journey to be a little longer. But nothing's changing as we walk. Patience, you'll be able to see something familiar very soon. As if in response to the Arbor Beast's words, a shabby cart bearing a thin coffin shudders as it passes by on the side of the road, the wind playing a mournful dirge as it blows across the coffin's lid. That coffin, I've seen it before. A Sarkaz they called Hero was buried in it. I've told many people this story, and I still remember that he gave up his life to save everyone in town, even though before he did so, he was a dirty, filthy drunkard spurned by all. You didn't stay in that village for very long. You never knew that whenever he drank, he would go about to the houses in turn, vomiting on their doors, all while never paying his debts. Even if he had borrowed the life savings of others, people would scream things like moron and lowlife at him, but in his eyes, he was getting off lightly. When you told this story to the children, did you ever wonder why he so abruptly decided to do such a noble deed that night, a deed the likes of which he had never done before in his entire life? I never figured out why. Perhaps he had undergone an endless bout of inner struggle and self-questioning, or maybe it was just the urge for a bit of goodwill he could never shake. All I know is that he didn't do it to be a hero. He died, after all. It doesn't matter if we sing his praises, look at him with scorn, or even forget about him. None of that changes everything about him anymore. Those only have meanings for the living. True, good or bad reputation is beyond the care of the dead. But isn't the process of going to your death also a part of life? Those who do not fear death can do the most hideous things. During their most carefree of days, rare is the man who will stop to examine himself, for his eyes are fixed on a future filled with limitless possibility. But there will come a day that the fog of death ambushes him, a fog that cannot be thrown off no matter how he struggles. And there will come a day that he will, in exhaustion, accept the fact that the remainder of his time will be his journey to the afterlife. From that moment onwards, to live is to approach death. That rainy night, that dirty, filthy Sarkaz drunkard, when he saw that coffin atop the cart and the figure at the town gates, he knew that that was his one and only chance to approach death with some dignity. To him, it was not vanity, but relief. Perhaps, but there are always people who do not look towards their deaths. Are there? Not you, at the very least. Otherwise, you would not value a funeral so. You once told me in all earnestness that my mother gave the last of her strength to me. You cared if she died with love in her heart. You went out of your way to arrange a funeral for her at the Ecclesia Requitem. You cared if she received a proper burial. You even cared if we were feeling sad enough at her funeral. How could you not care about how you will face your own death? I have my path to walk. I've never thought about when death will come for me, or how I should greet it as I follow my path. Because you still believe your path has meaning. A muddled bray overcomes the arbor beast's shrill voice. A sinister monster bearing sharp horns and claws creeps along a faraway ridge atop a mountain. Behind it, several dozen monsters of similar physique jostle against each other, growling as they do so, restlessly following behind their leader.
This is that revelation. Through the spiritual light, even the darkest stain can be cleansed, and with a pious heart, even a savage monster can wade out of the mud. They have no halos above their heads, yet they still walk towards a future where all can be saved. I must go. I must see what road they follow.
But you're about to go to a funeral with me, aren't you? You want to make up for past regrets, right past wrongs, to look upon me as truly alive once again, to give me the happy life I deserve. Is that not so?
But you said the funeral will never end, if it's just a momentary distraction. I must go.
No need to explain yourself. This is how you've always been, always losing yourself in the search, always eager to sacrifice. So go see what you're searching for truly is. At the end of the Trail of Thorns, the Pathfinder stumbles his way towards revelation. But time overtakes them. Before his eyes, the pack of fearsome monsters sprout halos and wings of light, like newborn beastlings dazzling in their brilliance. The pack leader no longer creeps along the ground. She stands, her jet-black skin peeling away, fluttering through the air like snowflakes. With every step she takes, her form becomes clearer, until Anduin recognizes her from behind. It is a sight he can never forget. Kef. That's Kef. Why? Kef, a Lotaran name meaning hollow stone or stone-bound law. The first saint of Lotarano, who named herself after her encounter with the law. However, this ancient name she gave herself has been buried deep within the annals of history, alongside her true face.
To the future I worked so hard to find, that future where all are saved.
Was just a past deliberately buried. It was just a road.
Was just a past deliberately buried? It was just a road we came in on?
Always losing yourself in the search, always eager to sacrifice. It did not stop at sacrificing yourself. You sacrificed Lemuin, you sacrificed Mastema, and Fia Meta. You sacrificed your brothers and sisters of the Pathfinders. You sacrificed me. And all this time, you never even knew where this path paved with sacrifice led. All you had was blind faith. Tell me, Nurturer, do you want to save everyone, or do you think only of consoling yourself? A similar tale to that sarcasm drunkard, isn't it? Your so-called path is merely your own, your one and only chance to approach death with some dignity. You think only of saving yourself. No matter, I can offer you even greater salvation. Look, we've arrived at the burial ground. Oh. However, this is not only my mother's funeral, and it's not only yours either. Rather, it is the funeral of all things.
This place is kind of scary, Doctor. No signs of life. You look at the figure ahead of you, not too close, yet not too far away.
She calmly records all the data worth recording wherever she goes. Occasionally, she will stop somewhere, furrow her brow without saying a word. Can you confirm the situation, Monster? I tried to reconnect it to the machine, but all the ports have been blocked. We can infer that she still possesses some degree of control over our current predicament. Sorry, Doctor. I'm just as confused as you are. Basically, we're trapped. Strange thing is, she doesn't seem like she'll do anything to us. It's like she cares more about gathering the data that I can't understand. Is there the possibility, Doctor, that she can't do anything to us? Do you see these ever-changing buildings around us? The city known as Laterano is currently experiencing dramatic upheaval, and traces of the damage it has taken will occasionally be mapped onto here. Changes in information and reality should not be overriding data inside Orangenium. This plan still has flaws. The Sancta in the city. You never actually cared about them. Of course not. Doesn't care about anyone on this planet. There's still a great deal of misunderstanding between us. I believe I can now answer your prior questions, the ones pertaining to the precious results we managed to obtain, alongside the shared vision pieced together by we countless many. Right now. Interesting. Shared vision pieced together by we countless many are the Seaborn, isn't that what they call themselves? Right now, under my instructions, PCS is reaching its theoretical operational capacity. This means it is able to include even more targets in the same language system, far beyond an army or a research team, but rather a multitude of races. Through this, connections can be strengthened, barriers can be broken, differences can be eliminated. That's not such a bad thing, not the Sancta, not for all life on Terra. You're sounding like some kind of advocate for interracial harmony. I can't deny that, though we would benefit as well, of course. I didn't collaborate PCS to churn out soldiers or scientists we can order about. Such a plan would collapse at the slightest hint of true disaster. Orangenium is our only solution. Needless complex biological information will only serve to slow its progress, but PCS has the ability to unify the races into an integrated whole. It can merge the countless lives of Terra into a singular race, who will prevail the way, or who will pave the way for the expansion of Orangenium. As for whether this unified race can still be considered Sancta, I don't particularly care. It seems PCS is rather set on this outcome, going so far as to autonomously perform many unnecessary inferences for it to come to pass. It should have not done this degree of independence. Perhaps a side effect of the sudden increase in throughput, or an abnormality caused by its long period of disuse. If we have the chance, we can spend some time looking into it as a fun diversion, but not right now. I really don't think she's hiding anything, Doctor. Hiding? Rather than allowing you to fool around and break my samples, I think it would be better if I showed you around personally, just like old times. The woman reaches her hand out towards you. Step back. She retracts her hand and turns to continue onwards. None of this will stop, Doctor. Aren't you interested to see the ultimate outcome? Follow her. She knew you would follow her. Something's wrong, Doctor. I recorded the route we followed to come here. From the Shrine of Nurtury to the Tower of Revelations, then on to the Notorial Hall in Pagus Macallion, which means the Sunset Chapel is up ahead. Federico mentioned this route to me once during a chat. It's the route the monsters are following to gather up. Then there's those unusual scenes of destruction around us. They keep being mapped out here, which means the chaos of Laterano is still ongoing. We've been walking alongside them in a whole different dimension. The moment you become cognizant of this, you see the stillness of the city begin to break. Motion blossoms across the scene in stutter freeze frames. Battle, explosions, prayer, chanting. You see Exia. You see that hollowed monstrosity. You cannot tell if this scene has arisen because of your presence, or if she has deigned to allow you to see it. You should be able to clear your thoughts this way, in a safe manner. The place you seek is up ahead, the location of PCS, as well as the destination of the Sancta Pilgrims. The countdown has begun. Seriously, not even time for a breather. Keep it quick, Fiametta. I'll cover you while you're reloading. What's it to look? We fought together before. It's not easy to forget how you do things. Guardius. Hey, Mostaba, mind explaining to me what the hell just happened? I was kicking a monster's ass when I stepped in one of those weird light puddles on accident and... The lead day, my boots sprouted a halo out of nowhere. It's one of the Shrine of Nurtury's projections. If you don't feel like being turned into stuff your brain can't even process, then stay away from it. How are we supposed to do that? It's spreading way too quick. It'll kick us out of Pagus Saint Marcel before a pack of monsters even gets here. None of us can stick around to play defense at that point. We've stuffed the big pipe organ in Sunset Chapel full of explosives. Our friends from Latanya added some self-igniting enchantment on top of it. Even if nobody's around, it should still be able to blow these freaks to Kingdom Come. The one they used to play the dirge at the citywide memorial service. That's the one. Sweet! It's hard to listen to hundreds of years worth of prayers and sobbing. It's time we play it something with a bit more pep. Let's get out of here, Patia. Our spent shells have started getting halos. The Tower Revelations in Pagus Ecclesia and the Notorial Hall in Pagus Macallion have been lost. Sunset Chapel in Pagus Saint Marcel is the last stop before they reach the Basilica. If our bombs don't stop them, then we really are screwed. If Federico and Anduin are right, then the procession really is headed for the Basilica. I think it's too early to throw in the towel. I've been a Legatus for a long time now. I've got experience with getting places quickly. If we can't stop them from rushing right over, then why not just remove their destination? Why don't you just stop time, Mastama? Can't you do that? Look, Mastama, there's a big difference between blowing up a pipe organ and incinerating the entire basilica. Hey, if Boots and Sancta can both have halos, I don't think there's that big of a difference between an organ and a basilica. Fine, you're right. Since we can't block or kill that giant monster, we can at least think of a way to make the road not exist anymore. She'll never be able to reach her destination. You sure we're talking about the same thing here? Let's go. Draw the plaza in front of the basilica, or withdraw from the plaza in front of the basilica. Sniffle, sob. What's wrong, Ramia? Stop crying, you're giving me a headache. Don't be like that, Ugo. Why do we need to take care of these crybabies, sister? Can we leave Laterano? This place isn't anything like Aurela said. Not as nice, right? Yeah, I think that's so too. So we should be glad that we came to see for ourselves, otherwise
How would we have known Aurela lied to us? We were rather lucky this time, aren't we? Once Aurela comes back, we should give her a good talking to.
Right, sister.
Let's continue with the story, children.
Jake said, I'm scared.
No need to be afraid. Listen, we can still hear the bells, right? The bells of the Holy City will protect us.
But those sounds are so loud and scary.
Hugo, Giselle, do you hear them as well?
Jake said. Nueda gathers the children to her side as best she can. She takes note of the fear twisting the faces of the Sancta children, their halos flickering like mad.
Is it empathy? As Monster's empathy, the procession's empathy, the entire city's worth of empathy. We're so far away, and yet
all Nueda can do is stay silent. She is no Sancta. What she is dealing with is not a gang of Singus mercenaries. The complex and mysterious knowledge floating around in her mind is of no use. She cannot even say how she got to this point. Think quick, Akalakan. What can you do to calm the children who followed you all the way from Boulevard, to console the children who had just been plucked from a terrifying dream? At the very least, allow them to feel a modicum of tranquility.
East of La Unidad.
This song is getting a lot of use in this event.
Laterano, Holy City of White.
Romia, it's a hymn. Senor Nurturer taught it to us. Sister Noeda.
You all know the words, right? There, the earth hides no bombs. There, the fields share wheat most bright. Abode of our Lord, font of paternal love. He hears our prayers, he grants our wishes. All shall bask in his love.
The Akalkan thinks back to the past. The gravely wounded nun closed herself off from the world as she sang, until pain and night melted away into her song. The Kulakalkan sings once more the song she has sung 100 times before. It no longer matters who wrote it, or if the Laterano within it will answer. She does all she can to calm her nerves so that she can sing in tune. Slowly, the voices of the children join in the chorus, echoing out from the room, blending in with distant peals to form a radiant glow.
All shall bask in his love.
At the very least, they still have this song. It might be of no use, but at least Nueda reaches under her hem of her habit, holding her axe tight.
Reverend, I can ask our blessed companions to sniff out her position.
There was a time when, with her gun-knight armor and custom rifle, she would break the guardian gun kill record over and over. Finding her will take time. The procession can't wait, they'll leave. Focus on your work. I'll handle this myself. It's been 10 years. I'm surprised this frequency still works. I wanted to ask the folks in the editorial hall to delete it a long time ago, but I keep forgetting, because I've gotten old. This real surprises you, Aurela. Why didn't you take off your armor when you left Laterano? Without it, how am I supposed to settle things with you, Magister? Oh, you really hate me, don't you? It seems the Saint was right. The best motivators for the Aurari to return to the Holy City are hatred and loathing. So you're saying this mysterious fall that affected all of Terra brought out their bad side? That might not be so for others, but for me, you know better than anyone else. Naturally. I will never forget what you did to me. In that nomadic monastery, you wounded me yourself. Read the curious banishment order to me yourself. You took everything away from me yourself. You committed mortal sins. Your punishment was pretty light given the circumstances. I am responsible for your situation. Aurela, your achievements earned from you a commendation from the Pope himself. You are such a spirited young thing. I was convinced you would become the greatest gun knight in history. But all I taught you was how to control that cumbersome armor and master your complicated gun. I never helped you with your temper, so you could truly live the Lateran life. And in the end, you took that final step just as I had predicted.
Huh. Am I supposed to thank you for worrying about my character flaws? Just because of it, you never approved of me in Amos. You even refused to come to our wedding, even though I had hoped to get your blessing.
Maybe we should have a proper talk about all of this. One way or another, you have returned. Will you come to my side, child? My people will not refuse you if you rejoin the procession.
What? Want to give a sinner like me chance in the name of Laterano?
No, nothing so lofty. The Arari are still of Laterano, that is all. In a better Laterano, everyone will find their place and play their part. There will be more foundational, more profound connections between us all. No matter who you are, no matter what you've done, the Holy City will mend your halos and fix the flaws you were born with. When that time comes, all of our pain and regrets will be healed in turn.
No thanks.
Arilla.
Listen, old man. I hate how self-righteous you are. I hate how weak Amos was. I hate how inflexible the Curia is. I hate Laterano's stupid garbage about harmony. I hate how cold this paradise is. I never forgot this hate, even over 10 years in Boulevard. Even though my halo shattered, even though I was trapped in the dirt, I never once doubted that I would return. Even when I was enthusiastic and wet behind the ears, I never felt as sure of myself as I do now. This is my connection with Laterano. This is my faith. Your student turned out to be a cruel, vicious, selfish soul. Even if she hadn't fallen, she was still no angel. Tell me, old man, this better Laterano of yours, if it will let someone who was born evil, does it deserve to be called paradise? Or are you unsure about that too? Question time's over. You've been trying to get a beat on me all this time. Failed.
You've actually gotten better since you left, Arella.
What? Paganini. Why did you take a shot for this guy?
Oh, Flagra Chabia.
The translation of Flagra Trabia doesn't make sense. One that wears out whips. Maybe it's idiomatic, I don't know.
These new glasses Vanigami turned out really clear.
That's the transition to fight the boss? Fascinating.
Please, this is no time for excuses.
Is that the sky?
What tones
Interesting.
are your souls in?
Prayers are unnecessary.
This will keep you quiet.
The first Saint of Laterano performs Ceremony of Enlightenment to deal AoE damage, returns to the battlefield through Sacrament of Genesis when defeated.
Violated taboos hold no power.
Moving to designated location.
Well, I don't... I don't know how I'm gonna kill these ranged guys.
Violated taboos hold no power.
So I'm gonna have to bring someone who can. Guess we're gonna restart. Federico takes too long to deal damage.
Stop struggling. You always liked it when I had to carry you during a retreat, didn't you?
Maybe Ines is better.
Getting this crew together wasn't easy. You better make them count.
Maybe it's we want attack speed, right? I assume so.
Reap not what's sown by malice.
Commencing operation. Please confirm the mission objective.
I know what nothing can mask the scent of despair.
I shall ensure the integrity of the law.
This will keep you quiet.
Violated taboos hold no power.
Need speed to succeed.
Nothing can mask the scent of despair.
Still not fast enough.
Annihilation is the most common result.
All right.
Leave the rest to me. It's clear why we failed. And I know how to make it even.
We could maybe... focus not on one of them first and focus on just our own operator, perhaps. That could maybe work. But also just probably swap out Federico. Unless I can... Yeah, I don't think I can.
I just sharpened my sword.
Let's see. Which insect is falling into my trap?
Don't leave bloodstains. They're hard to clean.
Picked out your bait yet?
Or across the ways. Or better range management.
I know what you can't hide your fear.
Dew falls heavy. Grass bends low. Something's not right.
Don't keep better than at your step.
Found our prey.
Monster, in position.
Feel the bowstring tremble.
Whoever said a wheelchair couldn't get up onto a steel beam.
I know what to do.
I'm in position. You bear the news of your death. Never crossed your mind.
Splendida giornata.
Feel the bowstring tremble.
Hey, don't repeat.
Feel the bowstring tremble.
If you're really clear skies for two.
At least make me lose the code.
Oh, it gained fur.
Your order, Joshua. Gather at my draw. Aim.
Who would bear the news of your death?
Please make me lose the code.
The map changed? That's awesome. The music and the map itself changed? Hell yeah. Saint statues. Enemies within range gain a barrier. Oh. Ow.
I wasn't clear skies.
Alright, this guy's
Rain clouds for
this guy's got some strength.
A solo to you.
Soon to tell. Hate and resentment have me fed. Don't repent to my soul.
Real estate question. This wonderful realm, full liberty and sunlight all around us.
Where can I put this? How does this work?
Maybe you didn't come straight to me, but don't forget to pay my fee straight away.
Where can I put this? I'd like to revive Lenolin.
I knew you'd come straight to me, leader.
Only on the ground, right? Okay, so we can't revive range operators? I guess it has to be in her range as well, so there's no ground tiles here. This is what's happening. Not as good then as I feel like people make it out to be.
But in a burst of autumn wrath.
May the Lord bless us. What arrow to my bow have 3 choices, and the draw, aim, loose.
Mission accomplished.
Only revive ground units? Lame, to be honest. Cool boss fight, but we blew through it, so I don't know what happened. But the map change was cool. The saint drags her massive body along as it walks at the head of the procession. The Sancta named Lemuel jumps around, pulling out a gun after gun like prestidigitation, raining a rain of gunfire onto her quarry. But the saint barely even spares her a glance. Her halo shimmers, and despite the great distance separating them, Patrician still hears her voice with perfect clarity. Their empathy is growing stronger, which means their long journey approaches an end.
Allow our cohorts to take care of your friend's remains, Patrician. We do not need to mourn him.
Your beatitude.
Do you still remember that Arbor Beast fledgling? If we reach our destination, Laterano shall recreate the miracle of life once more, every miracle freely performed.
You mean?
And so we move onwards.
But why did Paganini take that shot? The grand procession passes statue after statue, workshop after workshop. The city grows brighter, step by step, pace by pace. Patrician walks forward in silence. Stop. The young gunsmith's apprentice walks against the flow of people, stopping in front of Patrician. Vananini stares down the gun knights, many times taller than her. She raises her gun against him. The crowd parts around them, but none look toward them. Vananini bites her lip, doing her best to stop her hand from trembling.
Ah, you're his apprentice, yes.
Magister Paganini, where is he?
He
warned me, though in the dream I hid in the workshop. After I woke, I still hesitated for so long. Right now, you're scary. Laterano's scary. I don't know what's going on. I don't even have a patron firearm. I can't just hide and wait.
So you made yourself that gun and came to stop me. That's very brave of you. But do you see this procession, my child? We will birth a miracle, one that nearly all Laterans will be a part of. It's not scary.
Jake said.
That's got nothing to do with me. I'm not very good with words. Couldn't think of any worse ones. Magister Paganini was my only family. My only connection to Laterano.
Your only connection, huh? Dog, you never got a halo in a dream, so why did you join the procession?
To find a chance to kill you, obviously. Sniper, your old student. Tragic, isn't it? Worse than when Gia left. You're still going to listen to that monster? Going to protect the crowd on this walk? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. The Laterano of 50 years ago forced you to banish an infected Libery. Laterano of 10 years ago forced you to banish a fallen gun knight. Even your granddaughter is far too stubborn and opinionated. Who knows if someday she too will. So you hope for a better Laterano. You want it to be like a doctor, like becomes a miracle worker. Able to treat oropathy. Able to fix personality flaws. Able to make everyone accept one another, no questions asked. That way, no more sad farewells like you've suffered through before. You're a coward through and through, Patrician. Farewells are like melted ice cream and worn-out guns. Doesn't matter what you do. Bound to happen, right? And if you can't stop them from happening, you can still give your well wishes. Simple goodbye is all you need. It's not like you have a speech impediment like Vanini. It is so hard to find a way to shed some of your regret.
Enough talk. Just hang on.
Hang on, my feathery ass. This is a bullet that could cut through knight gun armor. Or gun knight armor. Same difference. Don't touch me. Let me finish, otherwise I'll step into the grave that much quicker.
Alright then.
What's with that tone? Don't even think about getting sentimental on me, Patrician. Why do you think I saved you? Don't jabber at me about calamity or crisis or whatever path Laterano should take. If the city is really going to be destroyed, surely we can do more than just leave it to some monster from beyond our nightmares that sprang up out of nowhere. Arella, Fiammetta, all those Laterans, you know, these connections that weak to you. You're a gun knight, you stute. The best gun knight in all of Laterano. Paganini gets more intense the more he rambles, but his voice grows quieter by the second. Patrician holds his old friend tight, feeling the warmth slowly drain out of him, as though the last dregs of his life had spilled out with his latest outburst. Hey, not gonna say anything? Never mind then. Before that shrine, I said we never actually shared anything these past few decades. Now at the very least, that regret's gone. My Magister, he...
Forgive me. I couldn't even give you one final moment with Pog.
Crying.
Vanini, you had just... a bit quicker. He has gone. You had just gotten here quicker.
Vanini lowers her head as if in a daze. She looks about at the people walking past like she's only just noticing her surroundings. Her halo suddenly begins to shine. All it would take is a momentary waver of the heart, and the empathy of the countless masses would come crashing down this confused, lonely sancta.
No, child. Keep a tight grip on your gun. Ugh.
For a moment, Patrician feels pain, but it is followed by a gentle yet irrefusable comfort. It flows from her, from those enlightened creatures, from his people in the procession. He knows his unusual reaction has been noticed, prompting the crashing waves of empathy, like seawater forcing its way back upriver. Ah. Patrician feels dizzy. He sighs and slowly crouches down. A moment later, the elderly gun knight grips the barrel of the gunsmith's apprentice's gun, pointing it towards him.
Vanini. Got your name right, I hope. Vanini, no matter how long it took you, for what reason you did it, you made your very first patent firearm. That makes you a qualified gunsmith. That is not enough. You must learn how to use it. Now is a perfect opportunity.
What do you mean?
Keep it steady, yes, just like that. Calm your mind, then pull the trigger.
You didn't kill Magister Paganini, so I'll fall.
I am responsible for what happened to Pog, but this is not to avenge him. At this very moment, Laterano is walking down a new path. Faith flows into faith, and new prayers congregate into a collective consensus. You are too close to the procession. Empathy will soon swallow you whole. Only by falling can you break away. Once you have fallen, I'll go guide the others. This is my duty, the duty of a gun knight.
But I don't understand. Why do you do this?
I don't really know myself. I'm an old adult payday. After all, I always believed that were paradise to become a true paradise, our connections would become unbreakable. But what if in the course of all of that we lost more than we already had? We might use our regrets. When the time comes, what if our success has lost all meaning? If we were once all devils, if we once carried our sins together, how could our connections ever be broken? O glorious Sancta, O favored of faith, what have you to fear? Ah, Vanini, girl, fear not falling into hell. This is the first lesson you should learn, and I'm right with you.
It just never ends. If this keeps going, I'm gonna have to start smacking them with my weapon. Yeah, me too. My hand's getting numb. Barely hold my staff. Don't know how that's going on Fiametta's side of things. According to the plan, once she sets the explosives, we'll blow up the plate's locking mechanism and send all of Paga St. Marcel adrift. We'll also cut those monsters off from the Basilica. If we can hold on that long. Arrows, huh? I'm gonna guess maybe it's Hildegard? Dispersing arrows. Leave them to me. Those clothes. Landon Guard, temporary solo combat team Hildegard at your service. Landon? Sorry, never heard of you. It's fine, I'm used to it. Some of my Sancta sisters are in that procession. We were running our business when we got called back, and then we went through a whole bunch of stuff. How should I put it? Even if everything happens was fake, and Landon Monastery wasn't actually been given important responsibilities by the Curia, as long as I'm here, Laterano will once again remember the name of Landon Monastery. These monsters might look strange, but they are hardly more of a challenge than the beasts of the grand snow-capped mountains. I've got enough arrows, and I've got a sharp eye. I'll help you hold them off.
But we're all tired out, kid. We've racked our brains and put in the effort, but all we can do is keep falling back. We're not exactly setting any grudges here. We came back to Laterano just to suffer again. It's almost time, Mustama. Still no news from that Lumelin lady. What if we can't disengage the defenses from the plate lock mechanism? We won't be able to blow through their armor plating, right? Let's just call it here. If those guys reach the Basilica, then what happens? Everyone more or less becomes Sancta? What's that got to do with us? Look around you. We can't even cobble together a single halo. Not long-awaited reinforcements are, our long-awaited reinforcements are just one Liberi nun. We've got an entire city's worth of people against us. Why do we alieni have to hold off on them.
Come now. It's not the best attitude to have right now. Because right now, we're the only ones who can. I've always have to bust our asses doing things ordinary Sonic to take for granted, right? I had a little accent, as you can see. If I hadn't become a Legatus, I don't know what I'd be doing right now. I said I was going to be doing messenger stuff when I left the Holy City, but I was just wandering around, really. Wandering the place without Sancta, places where black horns on my head won't stand out, places where silent empathy's the norm. Wandering to places without any... it was hard. It took 2 whole years before I could look for my friends in the eye again without breaking out in a sweat. LeBerry, Fallen Angels, we're obsessed with assimilating or getting our old lives back. After putting in all that effort, why go with the hatchet job? Well, how about that? Never thought I'd hear those words coming out of your mouth, Mastamo. Promise me you'll forget you heard anything. Forget what? How did things go on your end? Good news is the bombs are in place. Bad news is I was afraid they wouldn't be enough to blow through all the lock mechanisms, so I shoved the rest of my grenades in there with them. Which means I'm all out of grenades to shoot at things. Halo rapidly flickers. Continuous sounds of prayer. Hey, Fiametta, let's blow this joint. Wait, we still haven't heard anything from Lemuin. If the defenses aren't disengaged in time, all of our explosives will go to waste. Time to explosion, 1 minute. What? The timer starts ticking down in Fiametta's hand. The enlightened creatures stop their prayers as if sensing something is up. They throw themselves at her like rabid beasts. Hildegard reaches for her quiver. It's empty. You now have a lot of arrows, huh? You just got here. 50 seconds. Sorry, everyone. I hope I'm not too late. A wheelchair suddenly breaks, throwing up a cloud of dust as it screeches across the ground. Its rider spins its left wheel as she hoists her rifle with her right hand, her long hair fluttering in the air. You're right on time. Good to know we're still in sync. The two of you will never guess how hard I beat my old wheelchair speed shooting record by after I broke through their cordon around the 7th Tribunal. 40 seconds. I heard what you said just now. Fallen Angels, the Berry, Alieni. I'm inclined to use another term to sum up our relationship. Friends, countrymen, Lotterans. I've solved the permissions issue. The lock mechanism defenses are disengaged. Everyone retreat to the Basilica doors. I'll hold these monsters off. 30 seconds. You're going to shoot them, Lumen. You'll fall. I hate to admit it, but I can sense what you're thinking. So shut those mouths of yours. Laterano doesn't need to be saved by you like this. The click of bullets loading and the thrumming of the monster's hearts reverberate through Lemuin's ears. She is nearly face to face with them, going against every sniper's instinct she has. She listens to her own heartbeat, her own breathing, calm and steady. Under these conditions, how fast can a sniper fire? Time to find out. Lemuin, Cardinal of the 7th Tribunal, in the name of Laterano's national security, I sentence you to death. No matter the cost. Five seconds. Yep, she fell. Now she fell. So maybe the dream didn't count? It must be. It must be the dream. The dream just must have counted. So anything outside the dream counts, though. As for Cliff and Clip, I don't know. Maybe they weren't using their patron firearms. I think that's also a requirement.
It's done. Lumen, your halo. Are you alright? Feel anything weird? A violent explosion tears through every inch of the ground in front of the basilica, a rift plowing itself through the plaza. On the other side of the rift, the grand procession shows itself as it marches forward. Is that Elle? Hey, turns out it was my sister and her crew. They did a real bang-up job. Wounded wail. Fragmented prayer.
Retreat somewhere safe for the time being. A rift, one my people cannot cross, but we once forded raging rivers and traversed great valleys. Compared to those dangers, this is nothing. He lies ahead, I shall not stop.
I never said I'd let you pass.
Your body is weak. I fear you have not an ounce of strength left. Am I wrong?
Exia does not answer. She has told herself the entire time to ignore how tired she feels, how strange falling makes her feel. She continues her barrage against the saint's colossal body, but once again, to no avail. The saint makes no move against her. Rather, she continues to cradle the same way she did when she left the dream. Never before has such a strange cradle been seen, one made from a malformed yet mighty arm.
Even though you know the entire truth of both past and present, even though you know we are working to create a new miracle, like the birth of Laterano, even though you know our journey thus far has been to awaken our Lord to ensure that in the future, but with but a hair's breadth separating destruction from continuation, the Sancta shall persist. Why do you still stand against us?
Am I the only one?
But
with empathy that strong, I don't believe for a second you can feel it. After so many years of waiting, I finally got my chance, but it was all just a dream. Dream's fine too. If it's all a dream, then I don't have to worry about anything. Maybe getting shot here doesn't mean anything in reality. If this is a dream, then I shall wake. If this is obsession, then I shall shatter it. Let us only speak of redemption after that.
Benini girl, fear not falling into hell. This is the first lesson you should learn, and I am right with you.
East of La Nunidad, Laterano, holy city of white. There the earth hides no bombs, there the fields share wheat most bright. I shall bask in his love. I hate to admit it, but I can sense what you're thinking. So shut those mouths of yours. Laterano doesn't need to be saved by you like this. I'm just an ordinary Lateran. Nobody important. I don't have any special skills. So when I listen to you talk about the origins of the Sancta, the history of Laterano, the essence of faith, the crazy stuff behind the life we used to... I was shocked. Shocked right down to my core. If things really are like you say, then the life we enjoyed in Laterano really is a kind of miracle. But since I'm just an ordinary Lateran, well, you were explaining everything happening around us, all I noticed was how nobody looked happy at all. Shouldn't Laterano be a happy place? If lots of our people will suffer when we complete this journey, how am I supposed to believe you can make the miracle happen? Wait, no, scratch that. How am I supposed to believe it's a miracle in the first place? So, even if I wasn't around, there'd be other Sancta to stand against you.
I have shared all I have seen and all I have experienced, yet you still choose to turn away. The path of the Sancta is a cruel one, our faith paved with sin and suffering. Have the years inside this peculiar, distorted paradise left our brethren so weak?
You're not getting me at all. Maybe I should be asking what you asked me earlier. Why you?
I have already told you my answer.
Even if this terror-destroying calamity is real and millions of Sancta are doomed, and Laterano's about to be completely screwed, why are you, a saint, the only one who can bring us salvation? We're the ones who live in this city right now, who enjoy this blessing, who went through its changes and who protected it from destruction. You don't exist anymore, you're just a ghost. A string of code I can shoot.
Incorrect, my child. When I lifted my spear against my dying companion, the sleeping Silver Mounts answered me and recorded my prayer for eternity. All that is happening here and now is a continuation of that prayer. Death cannot be undone, yet I wander amongst his data stream. Together we heard your prayers. No matter how appearances may change, no matter how the faith develops as time flows by, so long as the Sancta still pray, we shall operate eternally and I shall forever be there. The spiritual light will always shine on Laterano. This is our mission.
Prayer is useless.
Pardon?
To be honest, I learned a long time ago that prayer is useless. When I was in my 3rd year of primary school, an investigator came from the 6th Tribunal did an experiment at our school. She said there were 2 groups of patients at Faber Central Hospital with more or less the same conditions, and split us into our own 2 groups. One group would pray every day, while the other didn't have to do anything. But in the end, there wasn't any difference in their recovery. The investigator told us that the results in class, prayer is useless. It's funny really. This country's full of churches, but it's always doing things these outrageous experiments. Hello, Flickers. You're right, Laterans really do pray to the Lord every day. Praying they'll get better soon after getting sick, praying they'll pick the coolest guardian gun ever, praying the caravans won't run into catastrophe on the way home, praying they'll never have to say goodbye to their friends, praying that they'll be able to make it through all sorts of pain and suffering. But I never actually expected there to be a Lord who'd grant everyone's wishes, who would swoop in and save us when we're in trouble. Empathy lets us sense the emotions of our people. It lets us know the ones by our side are happy or sad. But prayer doesn't just need me to sense things, it needs me to want to help my family and friends, to understand things outside of empathy. It even lets me feel like I could help some complete strangers get well sooner, even though I know it probably won't change a thing. I met lots of Sancta while running around with Penguin Logistics. You'd be hard-pressed to call some of them father, while others don't live life like we do in the Holy City anymore. But they were also fulfilled. I still felt close to them. I believe it's because we still prayed like we always did. It needs us not to doubt. It needs us to hold hope in our hearts. Just being down for prayer for each other is a beautiful thing in itself. It gives me a true connection to people.
Thunderous. If these connections were the foundation of faith, it would be exceedingly frail.
No, I think that exactly these connections that help hold our lives up.
Survival in life.
If you don't understand why Sancta these days are all about desserts or explosions, what's up with you? Rightful pacing? The saint suddenly becomes exceptionally restless. She feels out of the edge of the rift As she paces along it, her sharp front claws piercing the exposed bent foundations, trying to find a way to climb down.
This rift you have opened allows me to sense his signal much more clearly. He is below the basilica, calling out for me to approach. Oh no, why is his signal in such disarray? He is anxious, uneasy. The Creator has already revoked, or perhaps there are other threats forcing him to change.
The sound of the machinery, faint yet clear, rises out from the depths of the rift below their feet. The Saint's unease becomes increasingly obvious. Half her body has already entered the vault, or the fault. Her claws clench, and Exia sees that she is in great pain. Behind her, the procession stops, countless halos flickering over and over due to her worry, like a river of paralyzed stars.
Child, talks of all past and present are meaningless. You need only step towards the future. Do not understand this crisis. There are no new solutions for you to find. You must survive.
I've said it before. I'm not letting you pass.
How are you meant to stop a ghost, a string of code?
Mournful roar. The Saint's voice becomes garbled. She has reverted to barely more than a beast, like the T-Cast who trudged through the mud all those years ago. If we weren't in this mess, we could have been pretty good friends. A ghost, a string of code, the very first Sancta. That's no cooler friend. There's no cooler friend than that. Ah, silly me. Can't believe I forgot to introduce myself. Lemuel of St. Theodore's Comprehensive School, #1 student in the 84th Intercity Net Security Preparatory Course. And I've got the school certs to prove it. Every bullet I got you with was custom made. They just needed some time to take effect. Her patron firearm howls once more. The force of the barrage finally frees Exia from the Saint's grasp. She leaps high in the sky. We're not going to give up on life, obviously, but we're definitely not going to go with your plan. If refusing it means the halos connecting us will be cut off, then cut them off. Because even if you do, we will never stop praying for each other. We'll still give thanks to the Lord for his existence, even if he isn't what we thought he was. Oh Lord, thank you for being there, for blessing us with bread and bullets, for being there for us during our trials and tribulations. Thank you for spreading the light across Laterano all this time, giving everyone the chance for salvation. Thank you for clearing the way for us. Amen. There, prayer done. Let's say bye-bye the wildest way I know. Roars. Explosives fall like rain, linking together into a train of blasts as they collide with every bullet embedded in the Saint's body. The Saint howls, but not because of the explosions, but because of her flesh wounds, because of the strange, dissonant sound caused by the ammunition as it scrapes across her skin, the sound of data being erased. Divine judgment, traditional. Rockin' gospel. Barrage sky shattering. Apple pie with char siu. Retain humanity's emotions. Retain humanity. Negative. Humanity does not exist. Variable referred to as humanity is a byproduct of oranginium. Oh snap. Federico knows. Oranginium. A sea made of oranginium. It's like the sea back home. Calm. Beautiful. But one nobody dares to set out on. Maybe, maybe not. This is familiar to you because the sea by your hometown is here. There's even a part of you here too. All things that are have been sealed here, a coffin for the world and everything upon it. Like the crystals left behind by oropathy patients after they die. If that helps you understand it, then yes. Amazing, isn't it? This was once the end of everything. We are born far too late, our lives far too short, We even unconsciously take some inconsequential mishaps and turn them into the foundations of our very being. Like how you blindly took a shattered memory and turned it into a divine revelation. But no matter, the law wishes to bestow upon you true revelation. He says none can be saved. Oranginium to oranginium, dust to dust. Personnel with relevant privileges have provided PCS with new set of directives. Cognitive radiation amplifier at maximum output. Effective range, Terra. Oranginium will connect to PCS after maintenance is complete. Oranginium is inevitable. The law created the Sancta from the Tikas, built the Order of Laterano in untamed wilds, and even attempted to establish a Terra-wide religion spanning multiple civilizations. He has worked for millennia in service to humanity. Surely it was not simply to turn all of it into oranginium. Is that truly the law's ultimate goal? Negative. This is the goal of oranginium, not the goal of the law. Oranginium has been set as a prerequisite of the law. If oranginium is, as you earlier described, able to assimilate everything, why is it a prerequisite to anything? Surely it is more than the end of everything. How would the law be able to operate inside a field of uniform oranginium? What would be the meaning of a halo in that case? As oranginium is the end of all things, there is a meaning in bestowing halos on everything. Angels before oranginium are merely angels. Angels after oranginium are the only method of existence that will retain meaning. None can be saved, though not even Laterano as it is, the cramped paradise, can be preserved. If nothing can be saved nor preserved, save everyone has never been a tenable commandment. All things march towards death. The only way to save them is to see them off. Grant them a dream, a bearing to hold themselves to, hide their blemishes, espouse their brilliance. By doing so, you allow them to gladly accept their final journey, like how you saved yourself. Granting dreams to others as a placebo. No, I won't accept that. If I have truly shamelessly clung into a false dream, put myself through a crucible for more than 10 years, if I have debased myself by inflicting unhealing wounds upon countless others for the sake of self-salvation, then all the more reason not to spread this shamelessness and debasement to others. Even if you accept it, you are unable to perform such an act. Only the law can bestow such salvation. You can't possibly mean. Kef's plan was to give everyone halos, all so they can be granted this salvation? How would becoming Sancta help? Are Sancta beyond callousness, beyond cruelty, beyond suffering? We shall not stop at becoming Sancta. We will all become we'll all become true angels, Anduin Agathanagos. True angels. Agathangelis. I don't like this name. It's too long and hard to read, and it doesn't sound anything like the other names here. It is my surname. Before your father left, he kept telling me he hoped I would give it to you. But Mama, I know it's strange and hard to read, Anduin. The other children knew you had this name. They might say hurtful things to you, like, there's that weird boy. Once you head further afield. Tenants may think you're a rich foreigner, while the Inquisition might assume you're a zealot up to no good. Is why I hope you never share it with others. Stick with a simple name, like the other orphans here. I hope you will keep it in the deepest recesses of your heart, a place where your happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy cannot touch. But I feel really sad right now. I don't know if there's anywhere in me that doesn't feel sad. Is there really a place like that in my heart? Of course, Anduin. Everyone has one. I hope that when you think of this name, you will be free from suffering, grief, frustration, and strife. Forget the dying and the hungry by the road who claw at your ankles. Forget those in despair, whose minds were eaten away by the sea fog and the flesh they chew on. Forget the monster doll your father made in my fin-scale soup. Forget the storybook you keep beneath your pillow and the brush you found in the old chapel. But I don't want to forget them. It's just for a little while, alright? I hope that when you think of this name, you will find tranquility, the tranquility of emptiness. One day you will need this peace. Promise me, Anduin. Alright. But I still want to know what this means. Angel in Lateran. It means angel. Tranquility. Yes, this is a very apt descriptor. Behold, even as they come, they do so in silence. The ocean of Orangenium is endless. Those who look upon it soon realize that every observation they make of it is without meaning. When everything the eye can see is impossible to differentiate, where to start looking is similarly impossible to determine. But now, above this great sea of uniformity, something shines. It is as if the edge of the Orangenium Sea has converged into a river that flows into the heavens. Countless fragments of Orangenium rise up from the surface of the sea, floating up into the distant, empty beyond in a perfect formation. The fragments are jagged and irregular. Some are as small as dust, others as immense as stars, but all without exception are crowded into a glimmer of light. A glimmer shaped like a ring. Halos. Beautiful, aren't they? It's a pity that all the beauty and ugliness in the world is meaningless to angels. Angels are neither beautiful nor ugly. They are neither high nor low, noble nor base, reverent nor blasphemous, ardent nor disdainful. They know neither meeting nor separation, happiness nor suffering. Can they even be considered life? Does that matter? All that praise we heap upon life is nothing but egotistical admiration. Observing their forms in an attempt to compare them to our definition of life is simply us trying to find resonance with them. Then, are they the law? Are they gods? If there is no distinction between beauty and ugliness, high and low, noble and base, why would there be one for God and worshipper? Angels do not understand faith. They simply exist in the furthest reaches of the universe, taking on the most distinctive forms. It was our forebears who encountered them, shamelessly disturbing them as they did so. In their name, we created a forgery of a dialectic, a god and worshipper. If all of our emotions, ideas, and actions have nothing to do with angels, what does our future have to do with them? It is because everything we are has nothing to do with angels that we should become them. Now, this is only a possibility, but when the Creator descends, when everything is submerged into this ocean before us, a time of stasis, uniformity, and meaninglessness, the sancta within can take on forms of angels and enjoy an eternal existence where they shall shine forevermore. This is the final answer we shall submit to death. This is his gift to the people he has guarded for thousands of years, his final blessing and salvation. We drift just as we drift between past and future. We flicker just as we flicker between reality and the void. Angels know not beginnings or ends. Angels know not increase or decrease. Angels know not life or death. In an existence where nothing exists, we can only exist in the form of angels. So these are true angels, incomprehensible to the point where the law cannot directly describe them, instead defining them by what they are not. immaterial to the point where taking the form of angel allows one to continue to exist after becoming Oranginium. This is the existence Allah has chosen for everything once everything returns to Oranginium. Affirmative. If this is the ultimate purpose of the law, then as a saint and an executor, I should implement and enforce it. Unless the law itself is a paradox. I have one final question. Explain to me how, if angels truly are, as you say, without beginning or end, increase or decrease life or death, then why do they, you, have such a strong desire to exist, to continue to exist? As machines have inputs, so they have outputs. The saints sought answers in the law, and the law granted them revelation. The fleet asked the system for instructions, so the system issued commands. The Lord, or rather PCS, has never been as silent as it is now. You are an artificial system, so you require people to operate you. This is true for both a command system and the law worshipped by the Holy City. The ultimate purpose you were given was to break humanity free from their shackles and return their angelic nature. However, this purpose does it stem from people or from angels? Why would the angels you describe desire this? Their actions do not have purpose, assuming they can even perform actions other than drift and flicker. But if this purpose comes from people, how will you turn them into angels? Surely everything you have done was more than just a wish. A wish. Nurturer, I shall now grant you salvation. Guide your people to angelification. Guide yourself. Be free from suffering, grief, frustration, and strife. You will obtain tranquility, the tranquility of emptiness, as shall those who have helped and harmed alike. You need not live as an egoist, a villain, a traitor, or a fanatic, nor do you need to die as one. Anduin feels more tired than he has ever seen before, as if an entire lifetime's worth of burdens have pressed down onto his back at once. The Arbor Beast was right. He really is like that sarcasm drunkard, acutely aware this is the last chance he has. If he wanted relief, this is the only way. Relief. He needs only to hear the words' crisp syllables to feel joy, to want to fall to the ground and weep until he has spent all his strength, to fall further into deep slumber. But he uses that strength to instead open his clouded eyes. I do not know what answers His Holiness gave you, nor do I know what Massima Fiametta, Lemuin, or her little sister are thinking right now above ground. I don't know where Patia or her fellows are headed, nor do I know whose bosom the children I tend in the Shrine of Nurture have clutched. I don't know if they want this salvation, this relief, but if what you really care about is my answer as a suitable candidate, then my answer is no. I'm far too conceited. Even to this very moment, I still refuse to believe my arduous search for answers decades in the making was all for this simple relief. I'm not the only one conceited. I'm an egoist, a villain, a traitor, and a fanatic, and so I suffer and grieve my frustrations, giving rise to strife. But they are not the foundations of my life. If I were to abandon them, one who obtains relief, who becomes an angel, would not be me. Anduin Agathangelos shall never obtain relief, nor will he ever wish for it. Let suffering scar his flesh, let strife snap his bones, then, and only then, will he have the clarity of mind to walk this path. It seems we have reached an agreement. The law itself is a paradox. He cannot be implemented, nor should he be. Anduin, we must correct him, or stop him, if he cannot be corrected. Paradox discovered, attempting correction. Performing diagnostic simulation. Abnormal node, wish to continue. Derived abnormal node, PCS, personality and cognition synchronization system. Abnormal node, wish to survive. Derived abnormal node, the law, God, Laterano. Abnormal node, wish for angels. Derived abnormal node, Mead. Continue, a scientist input this command. Survive, a TCAS howled this. And so an imitator of angels began its endless yet transient pilgrimage. The imitator of angels became a command system, became the law, became a god, yet it could not become a god or an angel. Wish and angel are incompatible. Exporting solution. Unfulfilled conditions, additional input required. What information is he waiting for? I've said all I can say. If God wishes me to embrace death as an angel, then I would rather be born as a human with all the ugliness, transience, and suffering that entails. Importing additional condition, wish to refuse. Re-exporting solution, must eliminate abnormal nodes and derived abnormal nodes. Eliminate me, Federico Giallo, Anduin, Agathangelos. Execute solution. God's final commandment is to kill God. Even if he, the paradox, he was still the foundation of the paradise of Laterano. With his death, the Sancto will no longer be linked by empathy or receive guidance from the law. Like an infant trapped within a womb, biting apart its umbilical cord and clawing its way out of the mother's cold body, helpless as it faces a land steeped in cruelty. But it is only in such a land that we can be called truly human. We can have the right to talk about salvation. Law or God, I will kill you. The commandment is rational and feasible. Assist me, Anduin. This is too long. I'm gonna say it. This one level has taken an hour. And there's still more. Phew. Arteria leans against her cello. Finally, she frees a hand and holds it against her chest, allowing herself to catch her breath. Nearly there. My memory serves me correctly. I just head down this corridor to return to the surface. Oh, your patrols truly are relentless. Relentless gasping. Halo flashing rapidly. The wispy guards surround Arteria, attempting to drag her back underground. She has wasted far too much time inside this maze since she turned away from the machine. Her patron firearm is lost. She has no desire to join her pursuers in prayers, or to perform their heart's song. She'd rather destroy her own cello. Arteria has never found herself in such a predicament before. The exit is right ahead, but she no longer has the strength to carry on. The ground. Fede, what did you... The dust settles and Arteria finally sees again. The explosion earlier created a giant pit, one that connects to the rift in the plaza above, exposing the bowels of the basilica to all. A ring-shaped machine lies at the bottom of the pit quietly. Sunlight shines upon it, but it has lost its radiance. There it stands, as dull as a rock. Unease. This is the second time Arteria has felt this feeling so clearly, the first being the time she faced the Witch King in this pavilion. Deep within her body, somewhere she cannot see, things that were always linked together quietly break apart. There is no mistaking the feeling. She breathes in deep. The moment she closes her eyes, countless similar melodies rush into her mind like the tide. You're crying, why? Why does your crying sound so annoying? You're annoyed, I can't feel it. I'm sorry, but I'm scared. It's like the time Senora Serpilia locked me in a dark room. I can hear her voices clearly, but I can't hear what you're saying. My connection with our enlightened companions has been severed. No, not just them. You're right here, Reverend Patrician, but I can't even...
Sense me, I know.
Nah.
Be a good girl and don't let go of my hand.
Your hand... That's not what your hand feels like. It's like mist. Far away. You're so far away from me.
So this is what it's like to fall into hell.
The changes do not end with our own body. Some old jokes have come true.
Every light we know will one day be extinguished, and it is no exception.
The old Pope playfully points to the halo hovering above his head. Even if everything about the Sancta existed and is interpreted as its boon. Unease grows and panic spreads. Arturia tries to make sense of it all. This is not the same as what happened in Drilling's Therma. There is no malevolent force sowing discord among the emotions of the people this time around. It is like a movement, one played countless times by an orchestra of the masses, had part of its melody forcibly plucked away as if it never existed. Like walking along a road with the sun, rain, your friends and your home ahead of you, but you are torn away from it for no reason, leaving you feeling alone and helpless, alongside millions of your people. Sarkaz will lose the cozy cabin of their faith. Everything has come to pass. Did you fail, Fede? She doesn't look fallen, though. If you're scared, you can hold on to my tail. You noticed Giselle's tears, didn't you, Romeo? Have you forgotten what tears mean? Let's finish our song, okay? You see, Laterano hymns and Bolivarian hymns are quite different, so we need time to teach each other the parts we don't know. We will be there together. East of the east of La Unidad. Laterano, holy city of white. There, the earth hides no bombs. There the fields share wheat most bright. All shall bask in his love. Arteria hears singing. It wavers, revealing the anxiety, terror, and worries of the singers alongside pure, honest longing. A longing for tranquility, to see night fall in peace and quiet. Your Holiness, I have no doubt that Laterano, as it is, may be walking to its demise. But I also believe it has never been this sincere. I said before that I cannot hold off the apocalypse or overwrite death, and I refuse to lead. But maybe my arts can help them stave off this oncoming collapse. They will let my brethren, free of empathy, to communicate without reservation, purely and honestly. Go listen to those songs, go share your emotions, go tell one another that, at this very moment, in the face of this indescribable loss, we will feel joy and sorrow together. This has nothing to do with saints and sinners, redemption and responsibility, or whichever path I walk. This is simply my reason to exist. Laterano, holy city of purest white, falls into night, but today there may not be an electrical operator named Alcide there to turn on city lights. Arturia takes off her gloves. She decides to play towards the setting sun, to hear her heart's content.
Good. I had no idea you were so clever and learned. I was going to ask you help me make my athang, but with such a good head on your shoulders, I'm feeling a little bad now.
I'll be right back. Again. Even quicker. Okay. This is what's gonna happen here, I think. I think we're gonna have to do a 5th stream. I don't know if the next 2 endings are long, but I wasn't planning for level 10 to take an hour. I thought I would have an hour to finish it. So, actually insane how long this one was. Is this the longest event? It feels like this might be. Or they just paced it terribly, to be honest. Because the first 2 streams didn't feel like it was going to be this long. Somehow it's suddenly become a 5-stream event, which is unheard of. But I think that's what it's gonna have to be. Like I can't even process what just happened, but I wasn't prepared. So. I'm going to end it here. And then we're going to have a short stream either later today when this stream's taking place. I'll come back, or tomorrow. But I just need some time. And we'll finish this off and we'll talk about what just happened as well. But for now, thank you all for watching. And may the sands of time treat you well.